Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see you all. And yes, I did mean to ping the entire server this time, because I have a guest! Well, not yet, but I know exactly when he's going to turn up for once. He's not doing a track and saying, I'll turn up, but I don't know when.
Did you ping the entire server?
Yes, I did.
You only ping the Ramblers?
No, the ping's automatic when it goes out with Theatre at Sea, unless you turn it off.
What ping?
There's a ping that goes out automatically. I did ping everyone again, that's quite correct. It was deliberate this time. I always ping everyone whenever I've got a guest.
I must have missed that ping, because I only had one ping, which is the Ramblings.
No, it's not Drac. Do none of you read the title?
No, not even that. Did no one listen last week? Fleet did actually mention last week of who it was going to be.
I'm just going to be angry for like a few seconds. Well, I'm actually only going to be here for a few seconds to just be, I don't know, angry.
How are you doing, Matter?
So, in case anyone missed the... In case anyone can't read the title, in which case, shame on you.
Don't.
To answer your question, Dragon, I'm doing fine.
The guest this week is Rex's Hanger. He'll be here in He'll be here in 2 hours. He told me to start early, get the normal questions out of the way, and then he'll turn up later.
You're just going to be angry for like a few seconds and say, fuck you for the everyone ping. That's all I wanted to say, really.
Alright, Meteoroffy Pop. Nice having you, as always.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Charming, that fellow, sometimes. Anyway, you've got to put up with me for 2 hours, but if you're all willing to stick around... Well, no, I know he's going to turn up. Wedged, I've never had a guest not turn up. Not once. I have never promised and not delivered. They've always turned up. Yes, you can start asking questions. Ask away. Do I think escalation towards World War I could be avoided if the US intervened somehow in the diplomatic process? No. Especially not pre-World War I, when the other powers are going to go, the fuck are you doing interfering in continental affairs? Bugger off, you're just a bloody small nation across the pond. Why the hell would we take you seriously? It's US intervention in World War I that puts them on the map in terms of an equal to Europe. Prior to that, they're not considered an equal to Europe. Not diplomatically, not militarily, not in terms of influence. There's nothing the US can do. How good was World War II German radar on ships? I have no idea. I am not... Electronics is not my area of expertise. It has never been my area of expertise, sadly. The British buy the Lexington-class battlecruiser guns to skip the development and get the 2 Lions out. That's not how... That's not... Okay, first off, that slows down the development of the Lions, because now the design has to be reworked in order to fit those guns.
I hear Lion, I'm interested.
And the reason for the Lions being delayed was not so much the 16-inch. Well, there was 16-inch guns, but also the Lions weren't delayed because of the lack of 16-inch guns. The Lions were delayed because
lack of armor plate,
and the fact that we're under attack by U-boats again. We already have an overwhelming capital ship advantage against the Germans. I suggest we halt the recently laid down capital ships and use those resources to, I don't know, build corvettes and sloops that are actually going to, hunt submarines. Because last time I checked...
actually made for Lions at this point. The Lexingtons, were they actually already built by this point?
The US built multiple 16-inch 50 barrels in the 20s in anticipation of mounting them on the Lexingtons. And,
I know they also went on the South Dakota.
Yeah, and on the South Dakota 921s. And of course they are the same guns that the Colorados have.
No, they're not.
Sure they are.
The ones on Lexington's were 16-inch 50. The ones on Colorado's are 16-inch 45.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I keep forgetting that. But
I've currently got the nav web page up to try and see if I can actually figure that one out. But
yeah, it's basically down to the fact that, like, if you don't, so if for whatever reason you just keep building the Lions, the RN is now, instead of being short on escorts like they were historically during the period from 39 to about 41, the RN is now cripplingly short on convoy escort vessels. The U-boats are having an absolute whale of a time in the mid-Atlantic. Even more than they were historically during the early war period, because the resources and manpower that went into it's not so much the resources, because it's different things involved in building sloops and corvettes. It's more the experienced shipbuilding manpower that went into constructing the corvettes and the frigates that the RN crash built in 38, 39, and 40.
The thing you're going to triple the most, the British Army, because the armor plate foundries that would be making the armor plate for the Lions and their turrets was flipped over to making armor plate for the British Army.
Yeah. Again, like, you're not the Royal Navy, as was proven historically during the war, didn't need more capital ships. It didn't need more battleships.
I argue it did,
But no, I know it always needs more battleships. But in terms of what are we going to lose the war without, not getting the Lions is not really war loss material. Not getting the KGVs might be, but that's different, obviously. There's a reason why all the KGVs were completed.
I would argue that if things had gone slightly differently, it would have been, though.
No, not really. There's no way that...
Because the Royal Navy got lucky with the fact it lost very few of its modern capital ships, despite a bunch of them taking a beating.
I mean, that's true, but unless the Axis are rolling natural 20s, they're not going to reduce the Royal Navy to anywhere like a situation where they could trade equally.
Because it's a case of, if they lose Rodney, if that torpedo that penetrates the TDS from the submarine doesn't roll a nat 1 and doesn't detonate, sort of, you could see them rushing 16, buying using the American 16s if they lose Rodney as well.
Even that still slows down development of Lion, because now the Lion class has to be redesigned around a different gun.
Well, it's not going to slow down Lion development because they can't decide what design they're using with Lion. That's the issue with the Lion.
I think he's talking about the design as laid down before they're halted in the early part of the Second World War.
They didn't have a fixed design. Like,
when a ship's laid down, the design is fixed. The Lions were fixed, and then because they were halted at an early stage, they could be reworked.
Yeah, when they're laid down, 2 months later they got revised. So
another question would be though, would they want to use such old 16-inch guns by this point?
They're not bad guns. I think it's if the 15-inch 42 is considered good enough to mount on Vanguard style vessels, then the 16-inch 50.
Wasn't that because that's literally what they had lying around, though?
No, it was still considered an effective gun. They wouldn't have. It's a product. It's a product.
They wanted the 15-inch successor, the 15-inch 45 for Vanguard. They were forced to use the 42.
No, they weren't. Wedge, these are a different gun. You're referring to the Mark. You're referring to the 16-inch Mark 7, not the Mark 2.
No, they were supposed. The Iowas were supposed to use the Mark II, but Bjord screwed the pooch so badly that Bjord was forced to design a new gun. The Iowas had. I'm not joking. That's literally what happened. Bjord screwed the design of the Iowa's turrets up so much that the guns didn't fit.
If I remember correctly, wasn't that version of the Iowas, the early version, not the Iowas we think of today?
No.
They were. Remember, the Iowas went through a lot of iteration as well.
They did, but they were always supposed to have the 16-inch 50 right up to the final point, and then suddenly Bjord went, the guns don't fit. What do you mean the guns don't fit?
The guns don't fit.
You do not want to be the person who has to go from Bjord, who has to go and tell the ship designers, so, hey, guns don't fit.
No, it's because Bjorn didn't. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but anyway. And Arthinius asks, what would the lion version of Indefatigable class look like? Like a splendid cat a couple of years earlier? It's the design was basically just a British 13.5-inch battlecruiser. 4 turrets, all on the centre line, 13.5-inch guns, 8 to 9 inches of belt armour, 27 to 28 knots. That's what it would look like. That's what Fisher wanted.
At that point, yeah, because Fisher wanted Tiger. He didn't get Tiger with Lion, but he wanted Tiger.
No, we're talking about the versions he wanted instead of Indefatigable, but was forced to build the Indefatigables instead.
Yeah. As early as I think it's 1911, he wants he's pushing for a Tiger-like ship.
Yeah.
This Tiger is sort of the pinnacle of what Fisher thinks the battlecruiser is.
Yes. Immune to its own guns at normal battle ranges and able to
push 38 knots.
Yeah. 28 knots, you mean, but yes.
28 knots. Yeah, sorry, but she did push 30 at times.
Seeing her push 38 knots would be impressive.
Yes. Tudor asks,
she did push 30.
what is the quietest form of naval propulsion when it comes to detection via passive sonar? Steam turbines, gas turbines, diesel, or something else? If you have any form of engine that moves in any significant way, so that be steam, gas, diesel, doesn't matter, you're making noise that a passive sonar will pick up easily. There is a reason why nuke boats, despite all their quieting, are still immeasurably louder than diesel counterparts of a similar generation. Because the only real way to go properly quiet when you're avoiding passive sonar is electric motors.
Because it's the deep irony of... Because the infamously quiet, I think it's Gotland, for Sweden, is triple expansion.
Well, no.
Because its whole thing is that it doesn't. I try to remember because it's off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't. I would just.
But
that's.
It's sorry, Sterling engine. That's it.
Yeah, Sterling / AEP,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still
related.
Yeah, but AEP is used when you're doing fast transit. That's not the quiet part of the Gotland. The quiet part, because it's still mechanical parts in motion, which is loud, whereas electric motors are quieter because the moving parts of an electric motor are just less.
The allowed part of a combustion engine is the combustion.
And even AIP is still loud because there's still something going on in there, and there's still mechanisms moving around.
It's leaky submarines, a submarine that's not moving.
Basically. There you are. The quietest form of propulsion is electric. Your Moi Waifu asks, how much more would it cost for the UK if they went with converting Hood and another Admiral into carriers, build a third Nelson, and scrapped Courageous, Glorious, and Furious, as compared to what they did? Oh, immeasurably more. Immeasurably more. First off, it will cost them in terms of carrier experience, because you've traded 3 fairly capable hulls for 2 that are slightly better, which is arguably a worse outcome. I know, yeah, you might have those 2 carriers in... they might be more capable during the Second World War, but I'd also point out that they might also be lost in the place of the 2 of the... in the place of Courageous and Glorious. They might be the 2 Hood carriers that get lost, which is a much bigger blow than losing those 2 in the first 2 years of the war. You've also lost you've also lost the most powerful capital ship in the world, which is Hood. Yes, you've got a third Nelson, which is okay, that's fine. But the Nelsons had an awful lot of teething troubles throughout their careers until basically the Second World War came along. By that point, they were just about fixed.
Until the end of the treaty, and they could actually reinstate all the turret mechanisms they had to take out.
Yeah.
To get them into the treaty.
Whereas Hood, for most of her interwar career, was fine. It's only when she started getting towards the end of a lot of her parts warranty and the service life of a lot of the machinery she was built out of that problems started to begin. And unfortunately for the RN, that literally appeared during the run-up to the Second World War.
Now, it's always important to remember that the USN at this time, the idea of how to sink Hood is throw the entire fleet at her and hope it kills her in time before she gets away.
It's a combination of speed, armor, and firepower. She's an out of context problem for most navies of the world. The only pair of ships that stand a realistic chance against her, as in actually having an ability to do something, are the Nagatos. The reason being is they have equivalent armor. They're much faster than a lot of people give them credit for. Most British and American estimates, 26 and a half.
Yeah.
They're much faster.
25 in the Second World War.
No, they actually got rebuilt, re-engined during the interwar period to maintain their speed.
Because I thought they got a couple of 1,000 tons out of them.
Yeah, but they also instead of doing a let's keep the same horsepower for reduced engineering space, the Japanese went, nah, that's fucking stupid. Just put modern boilers in the same square area and see how much faster they go. They did the same thing with the Fusos and the Iseis as well. Like, the Fusos and the Iseis actually gain about a knot and a half of speed after they're rebuilt. But yeah, that's a net negative for the RN. Having 3 Nelsons and 2 Hood carriers is a net negative for the RN in terms of cost, capability, and use during the Second World War.
The only way I can see that being a positive is if they keep Hood around and just get 2 Admiral-class carriers.
Yeah.
Just because it's 2 Lexington equivalents.
On top of Courageous, Glorious, and Furious. Which they could have done.
Yeah.
Your typical gunnery officer asks, what are your thoughts on the US development of armoured motorised cavalry warfare and the logistics prior to them entering 1941, especially during the Louisiana and Carolinas manoeuvres, since they could look across the pond at how the British and German armies utilised their motorised and armoured warfare in Western Europe? Do you think the US had extra time and peace to catch up in terms of armoured warfare for a year before joining the conflict during these manoeuvres? Well, yes, they did, because they joined the conflict as a fully motorised force.
Yeah, but outside of that,
I'll also point
they
to
learned the wrong lessons from those.
Yes, I'll also point out don't credit the Germans as being as operating motorized than armored warfare. They had a few mobile divisions and a few panzer divisions. The only mechanized and motorized army in Western Europe was the BEF. The Germans had an equivalent strength in motorized and armored divisions in comparison to the British, but it was a far smaller portion of their forces, whereas the British were practicing proper mobile warfare. Whereas most of the Germans
how to use a motorized army.
Yeah. Whereas
it just wasn't fully motorized.
Yeah. Whereas the Germans, the problem is, like, they had these mobile divisions, but their logistics just couldn't keep up with them. Whereas the British, if they wanted to, could go off on a mad dash over 100 miles of country and still have their logistics train with them by the end of it. Whereas the Germans just couldn't do that.
It's interesting is the fact that from 1940 and 41, a lot of the lessons America learns are the wrong lessons.
Your typical gunnery...
The tank destroyer branch.
Well, the tank destroyer branch wasn't a bad idea, it was just that they lacked the M10 in large enough numbers when they entered the war. They were making do with equipment that...
I'd also argue the cavalry branch constantly fighting over armour was quite a big negative as well.
Yes.
But, no, I would argue that aside, the tank destroyer branch is a doctrinal dead end.
I think
integrated AT that both British and the Americans used proved to be significantly better.
I agree that was the case, but while it is a doctrinal dead end, I do think it did serve its purpose during the Second World War. There were instances where where fuck I can't speak today, where the availability of a bunch of tank destroyers in a concentrated area was able to blunt. It's very much circumstantial, however, though. It was not a doctrinal success. Your typical gunnery officer asks, what if the US Army in Kasserine Pass had M4 Shermans instead of M3 Garants? Would they be able to change the outcome of the battle? No. Upgrading to an M4 Sherman is not going to save the utter fuck-up that is Kasserine Pass. Rommel's got the US by the short and curlies, and he's squeezing their balls tight. Doesn't matter if those balls are armoured in M3 or M4s. The balls are still being squeezed to death.
I remember hearing about.
It's North Africa, remember correctly, after Torch.
Yeah.
With the few successes the Germans had.
It seems the US did pretty awfully from what I can find.
Which is, if I remember correctly, the US overextended with their armour and just got dick slapped.
Yeah, Kasserine Pass was not a pleasant... was not a pleasant time for the US Armoured Corps.
I'd imagine not.
Where are we?
They're asking what exactly, Duff said is, what did go wrong in Kasserine Pass fully? So the overextension, was there anything else that went wrong, or?
It was overextension on limited infrastructure against an enemy that had access to... Pretty much they were going against a prepared defense with an unprepared attack. They didn't think the Germans were there, and the Germans were there.
Basically. Darth Sidious asks, had the Russians had created a couple of Izmail, or Borodinos, depending on which you prefer, and they've remained in Soviet service after the Civil War, how do you think this affects interwar years of World War II? Well, the Germans are shitting their pants.
I don't think they are.
Well, no, sorry, allow me to correct my statement to... The Reichsmarine is shitting its frilly little pants, because, they just cannot contest the Baltic in any way that matters. The Borodinos are functionally immune to any gun they have. They have 12, 14-inch guns. They're
also Russian battleships.
No, they're battle cruisers. They're quick.
Well,
they're quick.
Then 26.5 knots.
It's quicker than yeah.
And this is post World War II.
Remember,
so
World War One.
World
War One.
Post World War One. Sorry.
Wait, yeah, but these are still 1912 to 1917, and
Oh, they are. Oh no! Oh no, they are.
Borodino/Ismail, they are not very good.
No, I'm
They're
sorry.
The Russians made.
I'm sorry.
It looks like they could be capable battleships. As battle cruisers, they're too slow.
Yeah, but like let's ignore what their class does and let's instead look at what they are. Belt's a little thin, but no less thin than the Gangets were. And in exchange for the increased mass, bear in mind these ships weigh 33,000 tons. You're looking at a ship that's the size of a treaty battleship. You've got 12 14-inch guns, 24 5.1-inch, and 6 torpedo tubes, so that's not really important. If they've got a pair of them, then...
They're probably going to get sunk by air power.
Well, let's talk about the interwar period first, because that matters. So you're going to see the... So if the Russians also have the Gangets as well, you're probably looking at the Gangets going to the Black Sea as a 3-ship force. Because that means that the Russians can bully up on the Turks with extreme effect, and the Izmails being retained in the Baltic. The Izmails will get priority for rebuilds first, but they'll come out looking the similar way to the Gangets did, with the tall towers, trunked funnels, and AA guns stuck on wherever they can find room. They may... I don't think they're going to increase their speed in the rebuilds, but they're probably not going to lose speed.
I would actually think they might potentially lose it.
If the Gangets didn't lose speed in their rebuilds, I don't see why the...
It depends how big of a rebuild these get in comparison.
It's also, looking at it, I don't think for its horsepower and sort of their general shape, they have the horsepower to get that speed.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree.
I think
Because...
you're overestimating how good these are, but...
the reason being is that... we know that the Ganguts had similar. Like, people said, oh, the Ganguts will never reach their design speed when they were being built. And then they came out and, oh, they've actually reached their design speed. The Ganguts were actually breaking their design speed. They reached 24 knots on trials. And if the Ganguts can do that on 52,000 shaft horsepower, then I think the Borodinos with a slimmer hull line, with a finer hull line, and not that much of a tonnage increase. Horsepower's increased in line with tonnage, and you've got finer lines on the hull, which will massively help with hydrodynamic performance. Can do like they're already asking for a speed increase of.
You gain 14,000 extra shaft horsepower for another 7 to 8,000 tons of weight.
Yeah, that's about
over the Gango.
Yeah, that's about right. That's about what you'd expect for an increase of like they're only asking for an increase of about 2.5 knots.
How heavy?
That's not.
How heavy do you say these were?
The Borodino, or I'm going to keep calling it Ismax just because it's 33,000 tons.
And the gang gets 24,000 tons.
66,000 shaft horsepower.
They're not asking for much. They're only asking for 26.5 knots.
3,000 tons heavier than Lion. And it's got...
They have a similar armor belt to her. They have a similar armor belt to her. But they have... Yeah, but they're only asking for 26.5 knots of speed.
Yep.
Like this thing, the Russians knew what they were asking, and as far as the Russian Navy was concerned, they would accept 25 knots out of them. They were called a battle cruiser because of how they wanted to use them in doctrine, not because of their design features.
Yeah, I'm just more concerned about the speed. It's like
in interwar period, like. These do feel like they are a World War I design ship, because they are.
Well,
By the time you even start getting into interwar, these ships are severely outclassed.
Are they?
Speed.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's have a look at what they've got to deal with that's outclassing them. You're looking at the Congos, which they'll never have to fight, because unless the Congos somehow end up in the Baltic, then good luck. And I'm sorry, but Congo versus Borodino.
Congo.
No.
That's Congo all the way.
No, it isn't. Are you kidding?
Yes,
it is. Are you?
Congo can resist 12-inch shells.
Yeah,
the Borodinos have 12 14-inch guns.
Sorry, not 12. Not 12. I meant 14s, but not 12.
Can nominally resist their own 14-inch guns. They're also.
Oh yeah, they can. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Oh
yeah. They can resist their own 14-inch guns, but the Russian 14-inch was an outgrowth of the Russian 12-inch, which was a
Remember, those 14-inch guns are British 14-inch.
Yeah.
No, also remember,
these are 52 caliber 14-inch guns. They're the fucking laser pointers.
Yeah, but you have to also take into account that yes, they're a direct upscaling of the Russian 12-inch. Direct upscaling guns rarely works.
Except when it does. Like in the case of the 13
minority of the time.
I agree. However, these guns were built and were tested. We know their capabilities.
Yeah, so there's a reason why they weren't used very well, fleet. Britain got a couple of them and deemed them practically useless because the guns would break.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they weren't mounted
7
properly.
of the 16 guns, when firing, showed unacceptable expansion gaps, and guns lacked all forms of longitudinal strength.
You don't think those issues would be fixed?
No.
By the Red Navy? No. Just remember this.
I do feel I do feel like there's an awful lot of Russia. I do feel like there's an awful lot of Russia bashing that goes on without actually thinking about like just to go like people just go, oh, it's Russia, they can't do shit. That's all you two have been doing here.
Yeah, but Fleet, you're ignoring the realities of it's not Russia bashing, it's the 1920s Red Navy.
The point to be made here is these were done. The tests were done in the 20s and 30s with these guns.
Okay, so the
you would have
guns
hoped
were...
these upgrade. You would have hoped by this time, considering when they were developed, which is 1930.
The British were doing these tests, were they?
Yes.
So the British have got these guns out of the foundry
Yes,
from
we
Russia, and then they've kept
Yes.
them, and then they're testing them in the 30s, long after they're built.
No, even before that, because orders were given to the Observatory. I'm not going to try that. OSZ steel plant and to the British firm of Vickers Armstrong. The OSZ was unable to produce the guns as required and became entirely dependent on Vickers production to specification.
So then Vickers failed.
So these are.
So then
No,
Vickers
it's-
failed.
No, it's Vickers
This
listening
is
to the
Russia going.
customer's
We
orders.
can't build them. Oh, send the order to Vickers. They'll build them for us.
Vickers built them and then went. Yeah.
I still think that
we've
you're
got
ignoring the
bullets
fact
for
that...
these.
I still think you're ignoring the fact that... even if all these flaws exist, there are still two 33,000-ton ships armed with 12 14-inch guns in the Baltic at a time when
Yeah.
no one else has any heavy units in the Baltic.
And what happened to the other ships here?
And
What-
we haven't,
That's
we
right.
haven't,
This
we
is
haven't,
the
we haven't
1920s
gotten to that point
Red
yet.
Navy.
The
This is
1920,
the 1920s Red Navy.
the Red Navy that during the Russian Civil War managed to get a fucking Ganget running and sent it out to fight the British with spare parts that they barely had and crews they barely, and with very limited crew. That seems like the Red Navy that, despite not having any...
Well, then here's a point. Then fleet. Why
The
did
Red Navy
the
that had
Soviet...
appalling maintenance procedures to the point where they were losing turrets to ice and freezing over. They were losing crews to frostbite.
That's not maintenance,
And
that's just...
had a
I would
budget
have-
that could be described as enough for some vodka and bread. Because this isn't the Civil War Russian Navy. This is the 20s Russian
This is
Navy.
the USSR has fully taken control,
Okay.
and they've
Alright,
realized
alright, okay.
folks aren't going to
Alright.
help us fully here.
Oh yeah, so, okay, and
They were-
This
the
is
Russians...
USSR that's
and-
consolidating its
and
power
the
on
Russians...
land.
And the Russians
Assuming
know
they
this.
were making-
You guys are using
Well, going back
2020
to the idea that
hindsight
they are
here.
redone.
You've also, like, you've continually cut me off midstream when I've been trying to plan the scenario out, meaning that I've not been able to do it. Can I actually do it, and then you can pick it apart later?
Go on then.
So, these ships are built, and they're not perfect. There are massive problems with them, and they suffer from 1920s Red Navy disease. The rest of the world doesn't know that. The Swedes are very concerned. The Weimar Navy is just crying into its hands because there's nothing they can do. The Swedes probably end up taking the option they were going to do of building a single or a pair of small battleships to supplement the Sverriers. Because they had an option to do that post-war. They decided to see what would happen with the Russian Civil War, and they decided that they could deal with the pair of Gangets that were around, and then the third Ganget that was available with the Sverriers, and they could just about deal with that. If there are two additional large Russian capital ships, the Swedes are going to go, yeah, no, we need something else. Germany...
I probably wouldn't agree there, Sidious.
No, it doesn't matter what the Russians have. They're not going to be allowed. The Germans are not going to be allowed to keep anything. Not even a fucking.
If they did, that would entirely invalidate the point of the treaty.
Yeah. The Germans might be given. What the Germans might be given is they might be given a 15 or 20,000 replacement option for two of their pre-dreadnoughts later down the line. On the condition they don't fuck up and do something stupid. Which is basically the Allies going, we recognise there's a threat in the Baltic, what we'll do is we'll give you this, as long as you don't fuck up and break the treaty, Germany. Which basically means you see but it's only a single ship, so again, it's not enough to be a threat to the British. So you'll see the Deutschlands as historically, but you're also looking at probably something in the 15,000 to 20,000 ton range. looking more at coastal defense and deterrence in the Baltic rather than being a blue water asset. So you're looking at something very slow, very heavily armored, using the old German 15-inch guns just to get something that'll be able to outrange. It's probably six guns in either 3 twins or 2 triples, armored against the 14-inch guns of the Borodinos. And that's purely a Baltic defense asset for the Weimar Navy. It's probably laid down first, and then the Deutschlands are built afterwards to replace the other dreadnoughts, the other pre-dreadnoughts as they bow out of service. By about the mid-30s, the Ismails are going to have you're looking at the revived Red Navy. You're looking at the Ismails going through the same upgrade program that the Gangets did, which turned
Keep in mind, most of the improvement to I'm sorry to interrupt again, but remember, a lot of the stuff to improve the Gangets were taken from the Ismails, so they probably won't get those upgrades.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the upgrades were very limited.
Like the new boilers, for instance, were literally just taken from Ismail herself.
Which, to be fair, is not... They'll probably just redo the boilers then. As in, they'll just recondition them. It'll mean less. It'll mean a drop in speed from 23 knots to 21 knots across the fleet, and with the Ismails probably dropping to about 23, 24 knots. But I think the Reds would consider that acceptable.
I do agree that the other upgrades probably would be like the what's called anti-aircraft and fire control modernization.
Oh yeah, completely. And you're looking at the ships entering the mid to late 30s as not like they're not world beaters, but against Germany in the Baltic, they're acceptable. And that possibly gives the Reds, if the Reds do keep most of their fleet in the Baltic, so 2 Gangets, and the 2 Borodinos with 1 Ganget possibly in the Black Sea, just to square off against Yavuz in the Black Sea. You're looking at a Red fleet that, when Operation Barbarossa begins, may be actually overconfident in its capabilities. That may actually sortie to do shore bombardment work against the Germans, and that may trigger a German response. Although whether the Germans will be willing to commit at this point, because remember, at this point, Bismarck is gone. She's sunk by the time of the invasion of Russia. Tirpitz isn't quite finished yet. And Scharnhorst and Gneisenau actually... Oh wait, there's nothing the Germans have in the area that can stop the Russian Navy navally. Oh yeah, they're going to be bombed to crap as they go in and out to do this operation. But
1,000-kilogram bombs would like to have a word with these ships.
But there are 4 ships. They'll presumably be escorted. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau can't help because they're currently in Brest. Tirpitz isn't ready, and the Germans are not stupid enough to send out their newest battleship that isn't even fully finished to go and engage 4 Russian capital ships. I can see it basically how this goes. Basically, depends on how the dice rolls go regarding bomb drops, etc. The Russians may lose 1 capital ship during this engagement to not be recovered, obviously, because it'll just end up on the bottom of the bloody ocean, bottom of the bloody Baltic. So.
It would be fully ready, but she would be just after her commissioned period.
Yeah, but also I would point out that no admiral in history is like even against these 4 older ships. That's just not a winning fight. That's not a. That's not.
When you've got like a 5 to 6 speed knot advantage on them and outrange them significantly, it might be. Plus U-boat support as well. If anything, they might use Tirpitz as a lure.
Every time the German Navy, even during the Second World War, attempted to use U-boats in conjunction with their capital ships, it never worked. Didn't work during the Hunt for Bismarck. Didn't work during the Channel Dash. It didn't work during the Arctic convoys when there was engagements.
Most of the time, it didn't work is because usually the enemies that one part of it failed, or the enemies that were meant to be there weren't.
Well, with
the Arctic convoys, Tirpitz just didn't tend to deploy, and it was mostly up to U-boats and planes anyway, so it didn't matter there. With the Channel Dash, the British didn't really send naval assets to fight them much, When they did, the British naval assets ran away because nope, not picking that fight. Able to hunt for Bismarck. That one, admittedly, is more fair. But as I recall, they just didn't get there in time.
No, there were
The one that did was out of torpedoes.
Yeah, but I still don't. I still think. I still think that from the way we see Russian capital ships deployed during the invasion, their captains are very, very careful in how those ships are handled when they go to sea. And they are very risk averse. So if Tirpitz appears, it is highly likely that the Russians just going to go fighting retreat, not dealing with this. We can't replace these capital ships. We're just going to probably the Ismails will engage Tirpitz to cover the retreat of the Gangerts. I know people talk about outranging in naval combat, but I don't think it's going to be that much of an indicator here, for the simple fact
the right environment.
for
The right environment.
yeah, like it's like
It's enclosed waters.
the Baltic's not as enclosed as people think in terms of.
But it's not exactly the North Atlantic.
Yeah, so like you're gonna have it's a 2-on-1 engagement basically. No, the Luftwaffe would be involved, but the Red Fleet's already running, and all the Ismails are doing. The only reason the Ismails are engaging is to buy time for the Gangerts to get away clean. And the moment that Tirpitz looks like she's breaking off the action, the Ismails will also break off the action and run.
Suppose that is the question. Would the Russians know how Bismarck was sunk?
Well, most likely. The Russians knew.
Because if they know that Tirpitz's sister ship got their shit beaten up by what everyone else thinks is an old capital ship.
And even and even if we assume barrel life rates equivalent to the Littorio's guns for these 14-inch 52s, I'm going to assume that, like the Nelson's guns, that their kinks can be worked out. And also, don't forget the Russians are building new guns for the Sovetski Soyuz class. So I also consider it likely that they would also work up a revised version of the 14. Like, if you're going to set up foundries to build a new 16, you may as well build a new 14 as well to replace the losses. You know, replace the flawed 14s in your other battleships.
I would say they would try, but yeah, probably not.
In fact, you might see because of the experience with the 14s, you might see the Red Fleet go to Stalin. Look, you can have the Sovetskis use like this, but we can also build you a cheaper, faster vessel with a revised version of the 14s, and it'll also enable us to replace the other 14s on our existing capital ships. And they can also point to the British. The British are using 14s. The Japanese have lots of 14-inch ships. Like we can build a competitive design around these guns if you'll just give us the funding, and you can have it quicker. But that aside, even if they have the worst, the worst versions of the guns, they have enough barrel life. They have enough effective. They have enough effective penetration to, especially given Tirpitz's terrible armor scheme, and, well, rather terrible ideas, to at least make Tirpitz take damage that Tirpitz will go, nope, not sticking around to deal with this, going home. Tirpitz is not going to get sunk in this engagement, but it's a 2-on-1, it's 2 battleships versus 1. That only ends one way. With either the sinking of the vessel involved, with either the sinking of the solo vessel, or the solo vessel disengaging. God forbid that the Soviets decide to all stand and fight, because if it's all 4 of the Russian battleships present engaging, then Tirpitz's only option is to run.
Yeah. I think the more interesting thing, personally, about this is... do they do anything in the Russo-Polish War?
Oh, no. The Red Fleet was basically inactive during the Russo-Polish War.
Okay, because it was the seeming ineptitude of the Red Fleet in the Russo-Polish War that stopped the Swedes attempting to buy the old British capital ships. But if the Russians have a larger navy,
Oh yeah, no, the Swedes, like, thing is, the Swedes may not be looking to build another capital ship, but if the Swedes can buy an older one at a dirt cheap price, they'll take it. They'll absolutely take it.
They had bids to buy Iron Duke and the other 13.5-inch battleship as well as Tiger.
They'll probably like the Royal Navy will probably keep. The Royal Navy will probably keep Iron Duke because she was the one in best nick out of the 13.5-inch battleships by the time they were looking to sell her, and she did do good service during the Second World War and build up to the Second World War as a training ship. Of all of the ships the Swedes are likely to get, or the ones they're most likely to want, it's Tiger. She's the fastest. She's faster than the Ismails, where Iron Duke and the Marlborough wouldn't be. She can just about.
Iron Duke, not Tiger.
Yeah, she can maybe resist their guns on a good day with a favourable wind, with some luck.
A bit of the provision for buying it was they would pay for a discounted refit of them. So, what do you think these ships would look like?
It's really easy. You just take a Gangut, and basically, they basically look like bigger Ganguts by the Second World War. That's it. They just look like bigger Ganguts by the Second World War. Same sort of tall tower structure. You know, AA guns scattered everywhere. The blast effect's not going to kill the crew.
I want to talk about Tiger and Iron Duke.
Iron Duke is going to stay with Britain as a training ship. The Swedes probably only have enough money to make a bid for one, and if they're going to get one, they're going to get. I mean, realistically, they're going to get Tiger, or they're going to want Tiger.
They make a bid for 3, and they do really want a proper dreadnought to stick with their coastal defense battleships.
But they are also working up the plans for the Tre Kronos, and Tiger would fit very well with them.
Yeah.
Like I say, the Swedes are unlikely to get more than one. Like, I know they bid for 3, but realistically, they're unlikely to get more than one. And if you're going to get one, the obvious choice is Tiger. In terms of rebuilds, I've no doubt that Bofors would come up with something to fit the 13.5-inch mounts, because that's what Bofors does best. Like, they'll just come up with a gun that they can re-gun the ship with. They may even work.
That's a tough thing, Colt.
They
working on the same ship.
Yeah, like she'll be I don't think she'll be heavily rebuilt. She'll be given a light warm over when the Swedes get her, so some light engine repairs, like nothing that requires taking the ship apart. She'll get a revised secondary arrangement. You know, those ubiquitous Swedish dual.
Still coal firing.
Hard to say.
Oil firing.
Hard to say. It basically all comes down to cost and how much the Swedes are willing to pay.
Fair enough.
The conversion to oil firing would be a long and expensive process. Sweden does have domestic coal, even if it is limited. So that means they have the ability to always sortie their most modern capital ship. I think they'll probably both survive the war, as in survive it the same way the Ganguts did, on the floor of a Russian harbour somewhere, and be raised after the war. They'll serve the same way the Ganguts did in the post-war period, as training ships for the massive expansion of the Russian Navy, which is what the Ganguts did. They put multiple classes through the Ganguts across the period from 45 to 55. The Ismails are going to help with that and ensure even more cadets are trained and graduate into Russian naval service. And like the Ganguts, they'll bow out in the mid-50s. Let me see, where was that? There we go. There's another question. I'll just give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I just need to quickly answer the door.
So, friends, comrades, viewers. Where'd my dragon go? Where's my dragon? Yes, Biteful, cereal is technically a soup. We've established that by now. Is salsa a jam? No. Tomato is technically a fruit because it's something about with seeds. No, a potato is not a tomato. Oh,
Thank you. Thank you for waiting, folks. 1 hour to go until hopefully Rex appears. I mean, he said he was going to be waking up at 6. Like, I hope you're all grateful. Rex is going to be waking up at 6 a.m. Brisbane time to attend this. I hope you're all grateful. Anyway, so Shirayori, I think, asks, for counterflooding, how do they get water in a ship in the first place? Can you give some examples for USN ships? I can't give exact examples. This isn't really where my knowledge base lies. But from what I understand, they open valves, basically. There are valves to flood compartments.
If I remember correctly, it's the same system they used to pump water in can be used to pump water out, can be used to pump water in.
Or more accurately, let water in. No pumping required. They literally just open valve and let flow.
Yeah. But a ship has a shit ton of piping in that they used to pump water out.
Do you think the M60 pattern is the first MB? Sorry, typically on do you think the M60 pattern is the first MBT in the US Army? Since the M48 is still classified as a medium tank, when the US still had the M1043 heavy, main battle tanks meant they could fight independently without heavy no tank destroyers and destroy any threats. The first MBT in the US Army is the M46 pattern. It's a rough equivalent to the British Centurion.
Arguably, it's a T-28.
Whether or not US doctrine considers it an MBT is irrelevant. The US's first MBT is the M46. As in, the Sherman that's actually... Sorry, not the Sherman. The Pershing that's actually fixed and worked. And works.
Yeah. Because the Pershing is technically the first, but it's not doctrinally the first. The M46 is the first that does everything what you think an MBT would do, and is doctrinally an MBT.
The M26...
You have to remember
the M26 is
heavy tanks and MBTs are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, like... The heavy tank experience, like the heavy tank was considered a necessary adjutant to the MBT in the early part of the Cold War.
They were specialists.
Do you see that thing over there that's really tough? I don't want to. Throw a heavy tank at it.
Pretty much. Because you have the British and American heavy tanks, which are geared towards knocking out heavy tanks of the Soviets that the 90 mils and the 20 pounders can't kill.
Yeah, like the Soviet heavies were like a part of Soviet armored doctrine for a very long time. They don't bow out until you see... Yeah, because they are considered... Yeah, they are considered very useful for basically battering aside Western positions and saving the MBTs for maneuver.
Kinda. Yeah, Conqueror is the heavy tank is the specialist. It's a lot like... It's in a similar position stuff like the Avries are. Where it's a tank you call up when you need to do a specific job. That's how everyone sees the heavy tank. If you just need a tank, you send him MBT.
That's on the western side. The Russians see the heavy as not so much of a specialist. It's just a heavier tank they use as the van of an offensive, as the line breaker.
It's also they see it as a specialist tank just for a different role. It's the specialist anti-fortification vehicle.
No, it's not even
that. It's a battering ram designed to get through a prepared position that would be able to stop an MBT. Because a lot of stuff like IS-3 and IS-6, and no, not IS-6, what's the one, T-10, they are on the front and the sides very almost fully protected from infantry scale anti-tank weaponry, and MBT's not.
You basically see the heavy tank die out when infantry scale anti-tank weaponry. You basically see the heavy tank die out when infantry scale anti-tank weaponry becomes able to just deal with them easily. And at that point, what's the point? And also when the MBT's, it's twofold. It's when the heavy tank loses its protective edge and MBT capability catches up to heavy tanks. When you start seeing things like M60, Centurion Mark 10, and most tellingly for the Russian, really hammering the nail in the coffin of the heavy tank on both sides, the T-64 for the Russians and the Chieftain for the Western powers.
It's weird because on the western side, you have the heavy tank dies out because engines and suspension technology have gotten to the point where you can have a heavy tank that does MBT things.
At that point, there's no need for a heavy
Chieftain
tank.
comes from the lineage of Conqueror and Carnarvon.
The funniest thing about this is I learnt all this when talking to the Chieftain on Ramblings last year.
Yeah. It's essentially the heavy tanks don't die out; they merge with MBTs. It's part of the reason Soviet MBTs are NATO MBTs are so fucking heavy.
The last use of heavy tanks in combat was actually during the Arab-Israeli wars, when the Egyptians fielded large numbers of Soviet IS-3s, and they were reportedly still very effective weapons. In fact, they're one of the things that...
They were also mobilized in 1991. That's the USSR.
Where are we? Let me see. So what have I missed? So that's all related to that question, because that went on for some time.
Put it right there.
There we go. Brackman asked, were the Germans profit from building carrier subs like the Japanese I-400? No. Simple. I'm gonna leave that short and simple. No. Real Melon Lord asks, could you make a carrier submarine? Like a modified boomer with the STL VTOL deck in place of a missile launcher. Oh, you absolutely could. It would be larger than any submarine built before. And I can't think of a use case for it. But there's no engineering challenge to constructing such a system. In fact, with jet aircraft, it's easier because you don't have to warm up the aero engines. A jet can go from cold to running, and that's just you're good. You're good. You're fine. Boom.
I suppose the thing is, would you count the modern boomers like the Los Angeleses? Use of drones as them?
Well, first off, the Los Angeles isn't a boomer. That's an attack submarine.
Well, yeah, but I don't know much about modern subs. I don't know the classes. In the case of, they have been known to deploy strike drones. Would that classify them being carrier subs?
No, that's very niche. Those are very niche circumstances. Melon Lord, the whole point of power projection is power projection. It's not enough to simply have the power in the region. It's all about people knowing you have the power in the region. There's a reason why... Real Man Lord, if you don't want a carrier to show up, but you need to be able to slap things with precision airfires, send a group of destroyers, or a group of submarines with tomahawks, or one of the Ohios that has been refitted to carry a fuck ton of tomahawks. Like, I can think of any number of ways you could do this without building a carrier sub.
Sorry about that. Someone came into my room and I'm knocking.
Basically.
Aren't the Typhoons already twin-hulled?
They're twin-hulled.
Two separate pressure hold.
They are.
Got two pressure holds.
They are, yes, but they encase them in one hydrodynamic hull, which is actually the way you do it.
Yeah.
Ooh, excuse me.
Yeah, the Helicon's iconic, it's just really bad at being stealthy.
Yeah, when its captain's a fucking lunatic. Anyway. Anyone else got any more questions?
Are you going to deny his crisp white sheets?
Yes, I am going to deny his crisp white sheets. Very much so. Besides, if I don't deny his crisp white sheets, there is one imposter amongst us. Those Panthers weren't even good at being imposters. He's saving his aircraft-related questions for Rex. We do have... there is a topic that me and Rex are going to be covering briefly. Before we go into general questions.
Yeah, that reminds me, Brackman's got a question. Are we changing the rules for the Wars in the tournament? You're going to think about changing them.
Well, for those who took part in it, the tests were an unqualified success, and I learnt a great deal. For one thing, I learnt that the fear that aircraft would dominate matches was simply unfounded. They did not have as much of an impact as any of us thought they would. I mean, Foxler, you could agree with me on that. The aircraft just didn't dominate as we feared they might when they were included.
Strike aircraft didn't, but having a bomber flying AWACS was incredibly useful.
I don't think the Swedes got that.
Yeah, it's part of the reason my team was dominating the Swedes, because we had at least one person flying in a Sunderland going, oh, this guy's here, and here.
Just so you're aware, I don't want to concentrate too much on this. This is ramblings, not War Thunder discussion. But just very quickly, the Swedes are training. The Swedes are training all this week. I'm not even joking. The Swedes are fucking training.
Don't worry, I've got an entire litre bottle of Red Bull for that tournament.
Oh, the whole point of the Swedish naval doctrine is that basically you...
Don't step on me.
You coax the enemy into where you want to be with your light forces, and then you use all spheres. You separate an enemy heavy combatant from its... You basically wait until the enemy commits a single or double heavy service combatant to an operation. If it's two, you engage them constantly with light forces, aircraft, and submarines. If it's one, you engage them in such a way to force that single combatant to move where you want it. Once it's where you want that single combatant to be and possibly damage, you commit all three spheres at once and deliver the killing blow. If it's two combatants, you try to sink one of them before applying the previous facility to one thing. But if you can't, you do the same thing just with two. So you commit all the spheres, and you basically work over one ship first, then the other one, all while the ships are being continuously attacked. Because with the single ship doctrine, once the spheres engage, the light forces pull back. But if it's a doctrine, if it's a double ship engagement, then the spheres will engage, and the other vessel the other vessel will be continually engaged by lighter forces of the Swedish Navy.
Yeah. Sort of. The Swedes had this idea of, if you're in the restricted area that is the Swedish coast, you will constantly be under attack.
And once you're badly...
light artillery, short batteries, or...
And basically, once you can't run, once you can't run or and/slash or a bad damage, then the Sverries are committed to deliver the final killing blow.
Yeah, because the Swedes had a lot of sort of 4-inch and 5-inch guns for coastal defense.
And not only that, their numbers of torpedo craft, small coastal submarines, and also the close working relationship of the Swedish Air Force and Swedish Navy.
And army.
As well.
Like, the army was always happy to have its 100 mil, 120 mils be involved.
One of the things the Swedes were really keen on was rocket attacks against ships in their waters using the B-18 twin-engined aircraft. They were really keen on the idea of rocket attacks to degrade the vessel's combat capability and leave the actual sinking of the ships to naval assets, like the Sverriers, torpedo boats, submarines. But basically getting an enemy combat vessel's capabilities to return fire down, so that when the engagement is joined, the risk of loss to the Swedish Navy is as little as possible.
Because the Swedish Navy isn't focused on sinking you, it's focusing on driving you off.
Although if they can get a sinking, they'll take it.
Yeah.
Like, make no mistake, if you've come into their waters, and they have a chance to sink you, or like you're withdrawing, but they have a chance to sink you, they're not going to go, oh, he's withdrawing, we'll let him go. They're going, you fucked up, now you're going to find out.
Yeah, because one of the cool things about the Swedish Navy is very early on, they adopted a psychological warfare doctrine against ships, whereas to keep them constantly under low-level attack to drain crew morale and the crew's efficiency. Sort of don't give the crew a chance to sleep or rest. Yeah.
For an Aviso, was speed preferred or firepower? Neither. Reliability of the engines was preferred. An Aviso is a small vessel designed for work in foreign stations. It's designed to be a dispatch vessel, small gunboat, and perhaps patrol ship, all rolled into one. For that, speed or firepower aren't the preferred options. It's reliability, cruising range, and accommodation. If you want speed or firepower, you summon a protected cruiser.
A very big focus on just what ships can we keep running on colonial stations.
The whole point of an Aviso was, it's always there. Cruisers might rotate in and out for, because a cruiser will probably have to go home for maintenance. The whole point of Avisos, like an Aviso is between a gunboat and a proper warship. It's the largest vessel that you would keep out continuously in the colonies. What is that? I hate it.
Remember correctly, they were specifically designed to be able to use colonial ports for refit as well.
Pretty much.
Okay, where are we? No.
Oh god, there we go.
Are we at wedged? Wouldn't you want to really be dropping a bomb if you're in a position to fire a rocket though?
Well, no, but yes, you can drop bombs, but going into drop bombs requires a very different angle of attack to going for rockets, and you can fire rockets from further away with less risk of loss to the aircraft itself, and rocket attack on ships is more accurate in this period.
It's the angle of attack for a rocket attack is more analogous to if you're coming in for a torpedo run than it is coming from a bombing run.
That's the whole point.
Unless you're
That's the whole point.
Force.
The attacks by the Swedish Air Force aren't meant to destroy the vessel. They're meant to drive it off or degrade its combat capability.
It's like a rocket attack compared to a bombing run is more accurate, and they can be done at low altitude, so that they can use the defensiveness of the fjords of cover to their advantage.
There we go. Wow, 22 people. I assume you're all sitting around waiting for Rex to show up, which
Probably.
I do appreciate. Don't be afraid to ask me questions. I do have some knowledge.
Yeah. See, do you want me to go when Rex gets here, or just stick around?
It's up to you. I'll not tell you to stay or go.
Okay.
I'm the
I'll
firm.
stay then.
It depends. Although we are probably going to get into. Tell you what, actually, Foxo, why don't you move to the audience and that way stick around, because that way I can just bang on. Yeah, how's that sound, Foxo?
Bobby, that's in 3 hours, not an hour. Remember, it's 10 GMT.
God. My feet. Ha! The Hetz truck. The Hetz truck. That is the funny. Flanker or MiG-29?
29.
I don't really know much
It's
about.
just It's just, I don't know much about them as aircraft, but MiG-29's prettier.
That image never ceases to give me a chuckle. The land carrier. So, as I did mention, seeing as we're approaching the final 3/4 of an hour before Rex is due to appear, I did mention that there was going to be a topic me and Rex were going to be discussing. Very briefly. Who here is familiar with the works of Gerry Anderson? Does that name ring any bells to anybody? Perhaps if I speak the names of the works. Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet,
Oh, the animator.
Fireball XL5. Anyone heard of those?
Yeah, wasn't he the stop motion animator?
Not Team America. That's inspired by, but not created by.
Right, that's together.
Oh yeah, Stingray, Fireball XL5. Anyway, the main thing here is we're going to be discussing some of the aircraft that were created for those works. Very briefly. And then we'll be into general questions once we're done with that. Shouldn't take us more than an hour to get through all that. And then you'll have a lot of time to grill Rex. I see. I will very quickly check the YouTubes and see what the score is. Let's have a look. If it'll... Cvix asks, what if Britain finished the G3s instead of the Nelsons? How would it perform during World War II against newer designs like the Littorios, Bismarcks, and designs from the USN?
Very well.
This is going to... Fox, I thought you hated the G3s.
I hate the G3s as battle cruisers. As battleships, fast battleships, they're not that bad. It's just that they are big. Against post-treaty ships, they are big.
You're the expert here, so I'll let you actually, because you've actually read the design documents and done an actual study on it. So I'll let you take this one quickly. He wants to know about the G3s.
It's not going to be that hard because the G3s, they're 53,000 tons with 16-inch guns. against any their and modernize them, you've essentially got a particularly fast battle American style fast battleship. Wind blower. I'm not going to get into that rant because I could be here about 20 minutes because it's a lot more complicated than that. But taking the G3s, they're going to be less efficient than a modern fast battleship.
But their sheer mass works in their favour.
Yeah, they're 53,000, between 48 and 53,000 tons.
I don't believe they'd reach their design speed, but I think they'd hit 30 knots. They might not hit the 33 they were aiming for, but I think they'll get at least 30. At least.
I'd say go with conservative estimates of 28, because their 33 knots was dismissed as being beyond the level of technology for the engines to sustain.
Ah, I see. Ah, yes.
It would just be a case of you've essentially got a late war fast battleship at the start of the war that's just less efficient. But it's still 53,000 tons of battleship.
Oh.
And you've seen what the Nelsons did on 30-something, so yeah, they would be pretty scary for anything that's not a Yamato or... Well, they probably could give an Ira a bloody nose. Provided they're modernized.
Which would be very interesting. That large-scale Yamato carrier makes me want to throw myself bodily through a window. Anyway, Bishatron asks, Dear Fleet, what's your advice for attacking planets in Empire at War, since the game mechanics heavily tilt in favour of the defender? Well, first things first, you need to scout the planet. Figure out what the defences are, and how you're going to approach them. Secondly, bring a purpose-built army for the job. So, bring far more troops than you're likely to need. Bring artillery as well. And one of the mistakes I see people make in Empire at War a lot is they don't bring artillery. Artillery is in the game. It's useful. Use it. Bring enough troops that you can afford to do a few suicidal charges against prepared positions. Because against some of the maps that have shielding that you can't shut down by attacking an exposed power generator, you are just going to have to banzai charge through the shield, kill the enemy units, and then destroy the shield generator. And it might take a few tries to do it. Fourthly, the enemy has limited units. Every unit they lose cannot be replaced. Even their reinforcements from their barracks are not unlimited. You should, ideally, have enough troops that losses are not going to be an issue during the landings. In regards to space battles, just bring enough ships that you outnumber them. If you have a mod that features them, center your force around either a super capital, like a super star destroyer, or if you don't have a super star destroyer, 2 to 3 large capital ships, like battle cruisers or large star destroyers, and have a core of capital ships that go with that force. Make sure you bring enough fighters and bombers. Ideally, as the Empire, you should be outnumbering the Alliance, not the other way around. You should have more fighters than they do. Especially in mods, you should have more fighters than the Alliance do. That's pretty much it. C-Cube, G3 or something, I don't know, I never studied British battle cruisers. Do you think taking Iwo Jima was worth it? Yeah, it's vital. It's a vital step. It massively increased the effectiveness of B-29 raids, made them much safer to operate as well. It is a must-have, not a we can bypass. The Navy wanted it, the Army wanted it, and the Air Corps wanted it. Thoughts on Christie tanks? If you mean the tanks designed by J. Walter Christie himself, don't. I don't want to talk about them. If you mean the tanks based on the suspension, as a rule, they varied. But they mostly came out as relatively effective bits of kit. As we all know nowadays, the Christie suspension was a dead end, but at the time, it was a very interesting solution to the problem of tank mobility.
And it's a very important step in the development of Toshiba, so...
I remember that super ship Archaeopteryx, giant flying wing that they built somehow. This goes hard. F-35...
Yeah, bitch on. Christie was an absolute Henry Ford level arsehole.
He was impossible to work with. You either worked under him, or you didn't work with him.
Yeah. And God help you if you were Jewish. Hurry, Ivan, we'll miss the air battle. You can say a lot about Soviet aircraft, but you have to admit, they do make some pretty ones. I think that's Croatian, isn't it? So the Croatian... what's it called?
Hurry, Ivan! We will miss the air battle!
On it.
That is a Croatian MiG-21, yes. But it's still funny. Hurry, Ivan! We must miss the air battle, Ivan! Hurry! Quickly! Ivan! It's all my fucking thing, Ivan! Do you think the Hellcat is the fastest full-track tank in the whole Western Allied Army until MBTs came in? Yes, that's just a fact. The Hellcat is just aggressively silly in terms of the mobility it offers.
Not just the Hellcat, the Cromwell, but we're talking unrestricted Cromwell.
Otherwise, Hellcat just goes burr, and there is nothing you can do.
Yeah. Is that a Nelson-style Yamato? Yeah, because that is a cool design, is the various all-front gun Yamatos. But I'm just a sucker for Nelson-class designs. Yeah.
Yeah, the Yugo Hellcat was something else. We don't talk about the Yugo Hellcat.
The Yugo Hellcat is on the same level as, I think it's a Republic of China.
It's a Type 50. It's a Type 50. Yeah. The hull is a Type 59. The turret is the Hellcat. Well, Foxo, go nuts. Cevix has asked a question for you. That's yours.
Cevix. Another question related to the G3. Why was it a bad design in your opinion as a battle cruiser? Well, first things first. It was a bad design as a battle cruiser because it didn't fit the criteria the battle cruiser group wanted. It essentially.
Oh, sorry. Carry on.
Because the doctrine around battle cruisers and the people who are advocating for them, they had a significant idea of A battle cruiser must be able to sustain speed pretty much indefinitely. It must be able to fight in any situation it can feasibly get itself into. And it must be able to sail in restricted waters. It must be above 32 knots by the time the G3's coming in. And they want 15-inch guns. And sort of the G6 comes out of this idea of, why can't we have a dreadnought do a battlecruiser job? And the answer is the tech's not there yet. It's, depending on how you calculate it, it can do 30 knots, 32 knots. But you have to stack the conditions in the calculations so much to get the 32 base speed they want, that it's in reality not going to get 32 knots. It's seen as they don't like its lack of a rear turret because the idea is a battle cruiser is going to be running away from things, not going. It's a lot of, and there's also personal disputes between who's advocating for it. And it's just a lot of little things that means it doesn't fit with battlecruiser doctrine. Yeah, it's also Hood's a battlecruiser because she was built for the battlecruiser role, and the ships that were developed off the Admiral class, stuff like K2, K3, they were big, but they were still battlecruisers because the battlecruiser is a job.
Don't think in terms of specific. Don't think in terms of ship statistics assigning a ship a role. Look instead at what the ship was built to do.
Yeah, it's because the battlecruiser role is, at the time the G3 and the Admirals are coming out, it's to hunt the modern cruiser. It's to overrun the modern cruiser. It's to hunt obsolete capital ships. And it's to be fast enough to disengage with any feasible battleship design. The G3 can't reliably, they didn't believe it could reliably overrun a cruiser. It didn't have the range they wanted, they didn't have the sustain they thought they would need. And it's just, essentially, it's the soft stats they didn't like about it, if you get what I mean. And also because the battlecruiser proponents didn't like the 16-inch gun because they saw it as unnecessary. Because the correspondence is like, the 16 is cool, but the 15-inch does the job, and anything we need the 16s for, we should be running away from, so why do we need them? As well, they perform as carriers. Very good, because they're massive as hulls.
Yep.
And they're just big. They're, as battle cruisers on their lightest, they're 48,000 tons.
152 HE versus 76 HE, which would you prefer? Okay, so here we go. Another question. Why did the US rush the M551 Sheridan into service in Vietnam and other parts of the world with the DERP 152 gun, since in the 60s they still have an effective normal light tank in the M41 Walker Bulldog? Basically because they wanted to test it. They wanted to test it in a combat environment, see what would happen.
And the Sheridans are specifically for the airborne, and the Bulldog can't do that.
And also, more to the point, the US had doubts about the 152 on the Sheridan. Turns out they were proved right, but because of the experience in Vietnam, they were able to correct the problem, and the Sheridan served as a viable light tank for the airborne until its retirement. Yeah, there were still some kinks that were never worked out, but they did get the system working well enough that it was an effective combat platform. And that was down, in large part, to the experience in combat of Vietnam.
Yeah, So, to quote the chieftain, the Sheridan wasn't a bad light tank. The Shillelagh was a terrible missile. And the Sheridan was built to fire the Shillelagh. So once they gave it its HE and heat round, it was good. If a bit
Yeah.
questionable mechanically.
QWERTY, I'm looking at that ship you've posted. That has entirely too much gun for a modern warship.
I'll leave that to you. I got no clue what modern warships are good for.
Mo Waifu asks, what's your opinion on the delay on the Canadian frigate replacement program? Honest answer, I wasn't aware there was one. I don't have an opinion. I wasn't aware that there was a Canadian frigate replacement program. I wasn't aware that there were delays. I don't even know anything about the design process or what's been going on.
You're probably asking the two worst people about that.
See, if Cyclic was here, he could tell you. He could break it down. Like what Cyclic doesn't know about modern naval shenanigans isn't worth knowing.
Yeah. Or what's his name? Is it Aki? Who knows?
Oh yeah.
everything there is to
Oh
know
yeah.
about missiles? And they could tell you, but we can't. So, any more questions? Please give questions.
Yep, we're in the final half an hour stretch, and I will put out another ping. Not an everyone ping, obviously. Everyone's had their chance to come and see that, and then if they've chosen not to, well, that's on them. I'm basically tossing a coin as to whether, because I know Drag, and I know that he has this penchant for showing up randomly. Every Ramblings I toss a coin, and so far, it's landed heads. But knowing that man, if he sees I'm talking to Rex, the odds slide slightly more in favour of him deciding to randomly show up. Because that's what Drac does. He just shows up and scares the living daylights out of me. Every single fucking time he does it as well!
It's not so much your flipping a coin, it's while you're playing roulette, and occasionally you get incredibly lucky.
Basically, it's like Russian roulette, except all the rounds are loaded except for one.
Yeah, it's more of a case of, it's not Russian roulette, that's a 50 cal M2 machine gun with belt. One of those is a blank. Which one is it?
What's the eating order for rations in ship stores? Which food do you eat first? That is... I've no idea how to answer that question. You'd have to ask someone. You'd have to ask someone who's actually in the Navy. Can you airdrop a Churchill using World War II technology? Yes. It'll be difficult. You'll have to overcome some engineering challenges, but yes, you can.
I will remind you, I'll have to try and find... Someone probably can find the image of a glider that can carry a Churchill.
Not that
That's
bloody
fucking
thing.
massive.
Not that bloody thing.
But they actually built it. And it's proof that you could technically do it.
A scaled down prototype of it, yes. Don't make me lose what little is left of my sanity. I need it. Should you drop a Churchill using World War II technology? No.
I mean, the tank will be fine, the crew inside will be paced. Because there's very little given that suspension.
Yeah, the joint NATO frigate proposal was never going to go anywhere. Let's be honest. It was never going to go anywhere. Like a NATO, like calibers and stuff for NATO, yeah, that's fine. But you were never going to get anything more than that.
Yeah. Everyone... There's like 3 different operational doctrines in NATO. You have the US.
Which actually works in the Alliance's favour, because
Yeah, you have the coastal fleets like the Danes and the Swedes.
You have you have blue water navies like the UK and France and Germany and Italy and all that, and then you have the global navy, which is the US.
Yeah. And they all want ships tailored to that specific doctrine. It's a lot like
The
France
UK,
and Eurofighter.
the UK can't afford the Arleigh Burke, so we built something that worked for us.
Yeah. It's like, have you heard the story about the French and the Eurofighter project?
Yeah.
They wanted it to be carrier capable, but nobody else did, which led to them dropping out because it wasn't giving them what they needed.
That's about it, yeah. And of course, the British obsession with the 4.5-inch gun that we've only recently got rid of.
If it works, it works.
It's less effective than the 5-inch. By the range is markedly less, and the rate of fire is actually less. Luckily, we're adopting a new 5-inch gun.
Yeah, I don't really know much about it, sadly.
I only know the surface level. Of course, let's not forget the very famous German frigates. The German super heavy frigate Bismarck, the German heavy frigate Scharnhorst, the German aerial frigate Graf Zeppelin, the German submersible frigates of the Type 21, Type 7, and Type 9 classes, the German merchant frigates of the Hilfskreuzer classes, and of course the German flying frigates in the form of Hindenburg.
Yeah. You wanna me to read out Victor's question?
Where is it?
What
is your opinion on the new Polish frigates that are currently under construction? It is the Mesnik program. It seems like a fairly capable modern frigate. That's all I've got to say. Modern warships is really not my area of expertise. It's really not where I have an experience. It seems like a decent design. It is what it is, I suppose. That's all you're really gonna get from me. I'm not a modern naval expert. What's my favourite era of naval combat to talk about? I'm very fond of the period between Ironclad and Dreadnought. The period where you see ships go from wooden vessels to the all big gun battleship, because it just leads to such wacky shenanigans.
Yeah, World War One will always be a special time for ship development.
No, not World War One. I don't care. Fuck off. I don't care about World War One. Not bothered. I am not
World War
bothered.
One's the best World War, not its lame sequel. Ooh. What's the most aesthetically pleasing ship of the Dreadnought era? Pre-Dreadnought era, sorry. Well, Fleet likes Hosh.
She's the best ironclad.
Worryingly so.
She's got this lovely blend of old style ironclad with the shift towards what we would consider to be the pre-dreadnought. She's this lovely mix of the two different design styles, and I love it.
Personally, I'm a fan of the Swiftsure class.
That's okay. It's okay.
They're like the best expression of the pre-dreadnought in looks. But it's also IS 14 single 7.5-inch guns.
Yep.
single casemate mounts. That's a lot of casemates.
There we go. Approaching max Q.
The switches entered service in 1904, right? And they have 12,000 shaft horsepower. Then Dreadnought comes in with only, 23,000 shaft horsepower.
I
2
wish
years
I
later.
wish to go fast.
It's a case of, heck, it was going fast back then. Yeah, Dreadnought's only 20,000 tons.
Yeah, only. I know at the time that's a large lad.
It's when you think about it, because and you think by the time Dreadnought's out of service, you have ships that are reaching 50,000 tons. And it's a case of, that's within a decade.
It's hard to say.
Oh, what second Red Melon Lord asked, was the second Pacific Squadron doomed from the start, or could it have been salvaged?
No, it absolutely could be salvaged. First thing that needs to happen is, well, basically, the Rossovensky needs to fall the fucking line. No, sorry, not Rossovensky. Rossovensky's officers need to fall the fucking line. And that can be done through brutal application of fist to face. Secondly, the crew need to be consistently spoken to by Rossovensky in such a way as they need to be told, no, there's no way the Japanese have torpedo boats here, stop panicking, you idiots. So conserve ammunition, use it for gunnery practice. Thirdly...
I recall he did, but they didn't listen to him, which was the issue.
No, basically, what I'm saying is you have to basically step up the... basically have to continuously remind the crews, no, we're safe, we're fine, this is just a voyage in this period, we're not under threat, you're fine, don't panic. Also, sink Kamchatka. I'm not even joking. Like, when the fleet is away from sight, just literally sink the Kamchatka.
Why sink her? Why not just leave her behind?
Because leaving her behind means she's going to cause diplomatic incidents for people. As she did the few times that the fleet left her behind. She nearly started a war with Germany, Spain, and Austria.
And the UK.
Well, no,
And France.
Well, no, that's the incident involving the rest of the fleet.
I still think the cutting of the cables at...
Yeah, basically, and here's the thing: even with all the bad things that happened historically, Rossovensky very nearly had Togo. During that turnabout, Rossovensky nearly plastered Mikasa and the ship following Mikasa. Russian gunnery was surprisingly good.
But would it have been enough?
No, but here's the thing: if
They were quite heavily outnumbered.
No, the Japanese were the ones heavily outnumbered. They were. The Japanese were the ones heavily outnumbered. The Japanese had a more homogeneous fleet, but the Russians outnumbered them in terms of cruisers and capital ships. Even if some of the Russian capital ships were older, they still had an equivalent number of modern capital ships in form of
I would agree with battleships, yes, but by the sheer fact that the Japanese had 20 more cruisers than the Russians did, and 12 more destroyers, I don't think it's reasonable to say the Russians outnumbered them.
It's the battleships that matter in that engagement, because we don't know what the cruisers would have done in the form of an actual fleet engagement had the Russians not started losing so hard. The key.
Fix the discipline issue.
Well, here's the thing: the fleet was fine when it was in formation. That wasn't the problem. Like, discipline was fine at Tsushima. The reason the Russian fleet had such a bad time was because they were halfway through the transition between... RBG, we know for a fact that the cruisers didn't really... Well, they engaged as adjutants to the battle line, but they weren't... When you think Tsushima, you don't think the cruisers. Like, we don't...
That's not necessarily true, Fleet. We do.
Well, if you're... Well...
We know there is both... Like, we know by sheer fact that the destroyers were used quite significantly in a night attack and heavily damaged most of the Russian fleet.
Most of the Russian fleet?
Well, what's left of it.
That's post Tsushima.
I mean,
this is part of the battle.
Yeah.
Like, this is before they officially surrender, so it is still part of the battle.
Well, it's post the part of the battle that matters.
It's also a case of, for what the cruisers do, just look at their doctrine. What's the cruiser's doctrine to do?
Well, I think...
And that is, once the battleships engage, they also engage.
Yeah, it basically depends on Like, if the only way Rostovensky stands a chance is if he doesn't move to line abreast, so he has to stay in line ahead, which I know would be a rather... Without the benefit of hindsight, it would be the wrong answer, but with the benefit of hindsight, it's the way in which he can achieve some level of...
Essentially, he has to start smacking.
He basically has to
before they can.
He has to
attrition him.
He has to punish Togo harder during the turn. He could.
Yeah.
I think is if he's in line ahead with all 10 of his semi-modern, with all 5 of his modern, 5 of his semi-modern capital ships, he has a real chance of doing that. Of punishing Togo during that turn. Because while the Russian shells weren't fusing very well, they were penetrating. He was reaching the interior of the Japanese ships.
Yeah. It
And
just depends on.
It's basically we basically need to increase the number of shells hitting the Japanese ships, and we do that by increasing the number of guns firing and the time at which they engage, which we do by putting the Russians in that line ahead formation. Is it going to guarantee victory for Rostovensky? Probably not. But if he can, like God forbid, if he somehow manages to kill Togo and destroy Mikasa, that's gonna throw the Japanese fleet into. It's not going to be full chaos, it's going to be organised chaos, but it's the sort of organised chaos the Russians go, right, okay, they're in a bit of a fuddle, we're going to push through them and on to Vladivostok.
Yeah, but if they get to Vladivostok, they'll probably just be sunk there.
Well, no. The war will end before that happens.
Well, no, because it depends on... it's going to depend on how much damage they do to everything that's not the battleships.
It doesn't matter, even if
It really
even
does.
even if the Russians win a decisive victory at Tsushima, the war is over. The Japanese are already winning on land. They have the supplies they need to finalize the land campaign. There is no way that even a semi-decisive victory at Tsushima turns the campaign in favor of the Russians. For the simple reason, RBG is actually quite correct here. Even if the Russian fleet breaks through to Vladivostok, even if they cripple most of the Japanese battle line, as long as the Japanese cruisers are disengaged in good order, the Russians do not have the protected, light, or armoured cruisers with that fleet to interdict Japanese supply convoys to mainland Asia. And if they can't interdict supply convoys to mainland Asia, they cannot stop the Japanese winning.
Yeah,
But so then overall,
what I was trying to say when it all comes down to the cruiser.
Though.
Well, no, Can I finish what I was saying quickly? Because all I've said is quick. The squadron's not doomed. The Russo-Japanese war definitely is, though.
It's all going to come down to, and they kill the cruisers. Because in that war, the cruisers are the most important of it.
And from what we can see, the answer's probably yes, they can.
I mean, I'm not sure.
Only do they have almost 3-to-1 advantage cruiser-wise, and most of the Russian cruisers had problems with training, even near the end. There was a couple with good ones. Take Aurora. Aurora was excellent in its overall practices, but overall, the Japanese cruisers seem to be overall a better grade cruiser.
Because it's gonna depend on how much time Rososvensky's battleships take killing the Japanese battleships.
If they can even kill them at all.
Yeah, if they get the hail of fire they need to sink stuff like Mikasa and break up the Japanese fleet, and then turn their guns on the cruisers, it doesn't matter that the Russians have less capable cruisers, because a pre-dreadnought versus an armored cruiser is always the pre-dreadnought's fight to lose.
True, but the Japanese cruisers can just go, "I'm not here!" And the Russians are in no state to pursue.
Yeah,
I don't think they would necessarily.
It takes time to disengage, and if it depends on the roll of the die. If the Russians get lucky,
they would need to get beyond lucky. But
it's naval combat.
I get true.
It happens.
It is possible.
when you're flinging that many shells at things, something's gonna get lucky.
It is just when you start looking through the list of stuff that has been sunk or damaged and by what. It does paint a pretty bad picture for the squadron.
It's also a case of you don't have to annihilate all the cruisers there. You just need to kill enough of them that your fleet can adequately constrict supply lines. Because you don't have to cut supply, you have to restrict it. Because it's still Japan's fight to lose.
Out of the 9 cruisers and 9 auxiliary vessels, 14 of them were sunk.
Yeah. Like we've said, it's Japan's fight to lose, but they can still lose it.
Yeah.
To get that dragon.
Was Vladivostok capable of supplying 2 PS?
Yes, it can. Port Arthur.
Second Pacific Squadron.
Yes, it can. Port Arthur was taken because it was much nearer to where Russia's ambitions were, and it was it was a true warm water port in the way Vladivostok isn't all the time.
Vladivostok's a really nice place to build a port.
But Vladivostok,
when it's not frozen.
Yeah, but Vladivostok was a large, capable port and was the base of Russian warships in the Pacific prior to the Russian annexation of Manchuria.
It is to this day as well, because it's a very good port location.
And also, Vladivostok is becoming year on year a warm water port, as the global warming appears.
I don't know if they necessarily consider that much of an advantage versus possible downsides.
Oh no! Russia has everything to gain and nothing to lose from global warming. It's going to open up vast tracts of arable land. It's going to open up vast areas of living space. It's going to open up Northwest Passage to continuous ship flow. Russia, in terms of geography, has everything to gain and nothing to lose from global warming.
But they do have a bit to lose, though. And that's with the southern steppe they have in Caucasia.
But that's a tiny portion of the Russian state.
It's also a significant concentration of its population.
Oh.
But anyway, enough about...
That's it. I'll just quickly... as they did say earlier, went over... literally, yeah. Like, it doesn't matter even if the Russians win a decisive battle, as both Fleet and Fox have said. The war's still lost.
Yeah. Teddy will still get his Nobel Prize because the war's still going to end and Teddy's going to negotiate it and there will be peace and etc, etc, etc. And Teddy will basically do Teddy things. Because Teddy do what Teddy do.
The only bad thing about Teddy is that he enabled Woodrow Wilson.
Yep. We don't...
Woodrow was an evil man.
He was. just evil.
Moe, global warming's pretty much confirmed. Because we know a good chunk of it happened due to the hole in the ozone layer.
And it's just a
Mm,
it's a
Right.
it's a natural process as well, which
Yeah, I was about to say, I
which
think
we've
Moe's
just
being
accelerated.
a bit more like that. Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say.
It's a natural
It's more-
process that the Earth.
Are we experiencing a man-made global warming?
We're
Kind of. But
we're
no, 'cause
we're
it was
experiencing
already happening.
yeah we're experiencing an acceleration of the natural process of global warming. Although this may actually impact global cooling further down the line. It's hard to say.
Because it's just, we're doing in a couple hundred years what normally takes Earth tens of thousands.
Not quite tens of thousands.
But we are accelerating.
But we have definitely accelerated it by quite a degree.
But the
It's
ozone.
when people said it. It's when people say that it's not a natural thing. It doesn't happen. Is also false. It does normally happen.
The fossil record helps us in this respect.
Yeah, it's,
The fact that we have scientifically proven of 3 complete ice ages and ice age melting to the point where there was no, polar ice caps.
but an interesting thing is
Status
the ice
update.
ages correlate with mass extinction.
How's
Status update. Quote: making coffee will be about shortly.
Aha.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
For those of you who stuck around, your reward is the Rex.
How are you? Hello, historians.
How you doing, fellow? I'm gonna put out another ping. Actually, I'm gonna hold it in place.
Yeah. Wait until he actually pops his head in chat.
Yeah, Rex's hanger is here.
Oh, right,
Come
I need to
on.
go back up the hole.
Down for
Back up to
Rex
what? Hull.
ramblings.
Hull. Yeah.
Come
Awful
on.
place.
What if it's
They're
a,
doing
what if
it
it's a
in
big
options
hoax
of
and we
like
create a
little
better
document.
world for nothing? That's hilarious.
One there.
Oh god.
I'm prepared. The
Okay, right, Hull.
navelized arrow questions. Oh.
Hold
God.
it, hold it.
Wait a minute, how's it-
We've got to get through. We've got to get through the first thing that me and Rex are going to cover. Actually, before Rex gets here, I'm going to quickly take a quick sabbatical, and I'll be right back.
Okay, I will remind you that questions that include crimes against humanity, like that thing, navalized,
Navalized
are
Vulcan
against
color
server
scheme,
rules.
though. Navalized Vulcan color scheme could probably look quite nice. With the sort of Buccaneer style with the two-tone.
No, it wouldn't
Practical?
look good though.
No, but color scheme it could
A
work.
dragon, it wouldn't look good though, because the Vulcan's too big for it.
Possibly, but
Because those massive delta wings, unless they're monotone, they look horrid. But yeah, I'm sure people.
I say that, but I'm sure I remember seeing some in Duxford the other day where there were actual sort of full what's called Fleet Air Arm style colours on much bigger planes.
Yeah, it's not it's the massive delta wing that's the issue.
Yes, I'm gonna have to start looking through the pictures to see if I can find some really weird questions. Paint it like a manta ray.
Ah, here we go.
That could be interesting.
I mean, you could use a navalized Vulcan to replace the to be a pure naval strike aircraft to
Where are these taking off from?
supplement the Nimrod, like as a land-based naval strike asset.
That's just confirming that, because when you said navalized, I was like, what British carrier could launch a Vulcan?
No doubt the Vulcans could be equipped for naval strike.
But that does make
They
me
would-
think, what would it take to launch a Vulcan off an aircraft carrier?
It's called
many
USS America Dragon.
How many rocket boosters are we strapping on this?
The Dragon is a massive catapult. USS America. Sorry, USS United States.
That's what I'm curious about, Moe.
Can you even throw a Vulcan? In theory.
If you gave it detachable rocket boosters plus this full high power steam catapult,
It's a case of
I
the
wouldn't want to be
Vulcan
the
could already
crew.
use rocket boosters. So
Ugh, ugh. The old back muscles are not quite what they used to be, I tell you. Oh, mate, I tell you, it's all a
good
bit...
headwind probably would indeed help, especially if the ship's also moving at a good speed. Could work very well.
the Vulcans are Delta Wing, and they don't like taking off. That's slow speeds. Although, that's some questions for Rex's Hangar. How Delta Wing work?
How do... Hey, Rex, how do flying machine
as in,
work?
what are the aeronautical principles of a delta wing?
Rex, how flying machine work? Tell me
Yeah,
how...
I mean,
tell me how magic metal bird go up.
yeah, I mean, it is true that aircraft are heresy.
Fuck off, aircraft are not heresy, they're beautiful. And
R/Dreadnought gang.
fuck off.
We don't need
I don't
these
know.
flying machines.
When Ducks would have had to admit naval guns are cool by installing a 9.2-inch naval artillery piece on the airfield, kind of seems like planes are saying the ship win, or the ship have so many bits. Also, hello, Rex.
Oh,
G'day.
why did he come in at the worst possible moment I was doing my whole bit?
I just
Reason
came in
I'm
and
back.
Fleet was having a stroke of some kind. It was quite entertaining.
Right. Okay. So, I promised and I have
Hello.
delivered. Rex's Hangar is here, joining us at the bright and breezy hour at 6 o'clock in the morning, which, thank
I
you
would like-
for...
I would like sympathy. I opened the curtains and there was condensation on the window. That is how humid it is here today.
Is it
Already.
wow? Is it wow, Chip?
It's already 30. It's already 30 degrees.
That sounds
Bloody
wonderful.
hell.
I love living
How
in
are
the
you
tropics.
still alive?
It's just cold in the UK.
Yeah, how are you still alive?
Experience. 18 years of living here now. I've gotten used to it.
Oh, yep.
Oh, goodness. But anyway, yes, I am here.
Excellent. It's lovely to have you, as always. And I suppose we should get cracking. So, it shouldn't take me more than an hour to work through the topic I want to work through quickly.
Okay.
And then, because the chat have been dying to ask general aviation questions, so I won't deny them. But first,
yeah.
we get to do the topic that I raised with you when I talked about coming on earlier on. And what better
I
place...
might quickly... Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I might just quickly record this just for shenanigans.
I mean, I'm live streaming it, so
Yeah.
it is going out live.
I'm
I should-
on OBS. You can do this.
I should probably post the stream in the self thingy part of your server and say you're on it. That way, people will just appear. Hopefully, maybe. I don't
People
know.
might listen and actually give you some viewers.
I wanted to hold off till Rex
Recording.
actually got here because no one wants to listen to me go on.
Makes sense.
No one wants to listen to Fleet bang on about.
I don't know. You've on average had 20 people so far. Like, it's been jumping between 18 to 20, so
I know things.
at least some people must be.
I just like an opportunity to ramble about stuff that interests me. I'm just a very selfish individual like that.
Nothing.
I said
wrong
the
with
quiet
that.
part out loud, didn't I? So, all right, Obs is actually working. So yes, let us begin.
Excellent. There we go. Let's see if anyone notices in the self-promotion channel, Rex, that I've said that you're actually in it. I've not pinged her or anything, I've just said Rex is there. And we'll see what happens. See if any people actually show up. 2 people are watching, which is hilarious. Right. Anyway, so, first things first. Yep.
having a heart attack, Fleet.
I don't have heart attacks. I just
I've got a heart attack. It's bad for your health.
You two know better. You two know better than to. Right. So I think we start with perhaps the most iconic, at least in my opinion, one of the most iconic fictional aircraft ever designed. I've just put it up in the center of the live stream now, and I'm going to post it in Theatre at Sea as well, if it will let me. The questionable ethics and beautiful lines of the Fireflash.
Good choice.
Yes.
Because putting a nuclear reactor in a commercial airliner, which only has 5 hours of shielding, and has to be replaced after every flight, is a fantastic idea that will never backfire.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So in terms of design cues, obviously these were all being made in the 60s, what do you think Fireflash draws from for her design? In particular, things like the cockpit being in the tail, and the tail-mounted engines.
I think that part of its design might have been inspired by a lot of the concept aircraft that were kind of being released at the time. There were a heap that were sort of like released to the press and stuff. They were never built, but the only one that got built was the Bristol supersonic aircraft. But there was another one that I always thought looked like the Fireflash in some ways. It was to the same project that eventually yielded a insane Mark III swing wing concept. I forget what the manufacturer was. It might have been Handley Page, although it might have been Avro, because Avro liked building interesting things at the time. But I think that might have been one of the bigger inspirations for it.
I mean, of course, the less we say about the modern version of Fireflash that was in the CGI series, the better, because just no.
Yeah.
But I like the... Like, it's one of the very forward-thinking ways. So Gerry Anderson, like, the thing I love about Fireflash is that, like, Gerry Anderson could have gone silly, could have gone, supersonic flight being a normal, everyday thing. But one of the things you notice about things like Captain Scarlet and Thunderbirds in particular is that though they're set in the 2050s, he's very reserved in his predictions. So, for example, Fireflash is apparently the first hypersonic airliner. And supersonic flight is apparently very rare for international flights, even in the 2050s. And also, it's worth pointing out that Fireflash is a large aircraft. She's a double-decker. And she's got those lounges in the wings. And of course, I'm just going to get another picture of her.
She's got something like 600 passengers, I think. If my memory's recalling right, I think it was like 500 or 600 passengers.
I know this is it's a little bit of an alternate history image, but it does give a better look at her. So this is, I'm just going to change images round quickly. But this is like I know it's in a BOAC livery, but it's very much a look at Fireflash when she's on the ground, which is perfectly acceptable. If I can actually find the... Bear with me, the Discord audience have seen it. There we go.
All I can say is,
there we go, got it.
The Fireflash from the side is rearward center of lift has entered the chat.
Do the forward... Cause, like, they're a bit big to be canards. They're almost like a second set of wings. Do you reckon they counterbalance that slightly? Or do you reckon or do you reckon her center of gravity is just way off?
Well, her center of gravity is definitely far to the rear. And yeah, like the center of lift is just. I mean, you know what we should do after we after we had this conversation and made our predictions on how well they should fly. My goodness, I'm still waking up. Somebody should remake them in Kerbal Space Program.
That would be very interesting. But the thing that
Probably
gets
wouldn't be able to get the center of mass quite
one
right,
of the things that's always bothered me is the landing gear arrangement aft. The actual the wingtips folding down, which means you lose a lot of wing surface area, and the podded landing gear. I feel like that's sacrificing a lot of lift on takeoff when you need it most.
Yeah. I also think it's oh, someone has done a Kerbal video on it. There we go. I also think it's asking a lot of the excuse me. It's asking a lot of the airframe as well, because it's going to be really hard at takeoff for it to pivot around such a rearward point.
Yeah, even with the large forward.
If you take my meaning, yeah. Because to get the nose up, if you want to get the nose up, I'm assuming that those front canards have got to be
elevators, yeah,
not fixed. Yeah, they've got to be like
full moving control surfaces.
Yeah, exactly. Because if they're fixed, it's absolutely not getting its nose up. Like, it would need to have some sort of like little expendable rocket underneath the front nose just to sort of give it a nudge. Just a friendly nudge to get it into the air.
You got a point there. So next is the first vehicle, the bane of aeronautics students everywhere, the design that causes most annoyance to people when they talk about whether or not Thunderbird's vehicles are practical. It's the big one, Thunderbird 1.
Yeah. I was waiting to see what that would be. I thought this could be one of, four things I'm thinking.
The reason I say that is for most of Thunderbird's 1's flight profile, she's fine. For most of Thunderbird's 1's flight profile, I can believe a vertical launch under rocket power transitioning, which actually makes sense for transitioning into ramjet engined hypersonic flight. That I can believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can believe that her swing wings work in reverse to how, so she keeps them folded the faster she's going, basically orbiting the Earth in the atmosphere when she's at maximum speed, basically.
Wasn't her maximum speed something like
7,000 miles an hour.
Jesus. Yeah, that's
And then she deploys her wings when she's slowing down to normal atmospheric flight. The one thing, they have retconned the thing that gave me most annoyance, which was that she landed on a ramjet. She used a ramjet for vertical landing, which, as I'm sure you're aware,
that doesn't work.
No, that doesn't work. They instead use, like in the Tech Talk series they did on YouTube in the last couple of years, they instead use vague terms like vertical thrust motors, which I think makes more sense, because again, it also makes sense in universe because they're trying to keep exactly what runs these crafts as secret as they can. So it makes sense to use vague terms.
That leaves a lot more room open for interpretation, because using a ramjet for vertical takeoff and landing doesn't work, because you sort of need to be going at a fairly fair old lick for the ramjet to work in the first place. So
let me see about
starting from a stationary position ain't gonna really work.
I'm looking for a good picture of her doing the old VTOL landing, and I haven't
seen the OG Thunderbirds in about 10 or 12 years, and I can still perfectly remember the sound.
Oh, you never forget the sound.
Or the sound of Thunderbird 2's thrusters. This might have been... I'm going to sound old now. This might have been before your time. But when I was a kid growing up, I got very spoiled one Christmas, and I got one of those giant Thunderbird 2s.
Oh, I used to have one of those. I used to have one of those.
I was so jealously protective of that toy.
There we go. I've got an image of her coming down.
Oh.
But as you can see, she comes down on a single. To be fair, given the majority of the craft's weight being placed aft, a very well placed thruster. If it was further forward, it would actually not work. But it's positioned actually perfectly for bringing the craft down vertically.
Oh, are you posting this in the text chat?
Yes, it's in. All the images are in the. Basically, so both the people in the Discord and the people who are watching along.
Yes. So the little belly thruster. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, this is one of the early. So I think they made the right choice replacing the wheels with the landing skids. I think that makes more sense. Especially given that Thunderbird 1 is coming in. She's coming in fast, and she's supposed to be there on the first, and every second counts. So Scott's going to be doing the sort of landings that are going to be a little bit rough. If you have a wheeled assembly, you might damage it. Like, get some tough landing skids. Scott
was definitely a naval pilot.
No,
he doesn't do gentle landings. He just slams that bird down.
He was in the U.S. Air Force, actually. Canonically. Yeah, he was in the U.S. Air Force. And actually, apparently, did serve in combat.
I swear he was a naval pilot. I must be getting my...
I
must be getting that mixed up with another fictional character.
So Scott Tracy served in the Air Force and was an astronaut. So all the Tracy boys were astronauts. Virgil served in the... both worked the heavy machinery on the Tracy farm and worked in the heavy industrial side of Tracy Aerospace.
Yeah.
Alan raced cars, designed rockets, and became an astronaut. Virgil... Sorry, not Virgil, sorry.
Scott?
Gordon actually served with the Wasps aboard Stingray before he joined International Rescue. And then Alan was very, very boring. He was just a studious boy who became an astronaut and then joined. It's not surprising he's on the fucking satellite.
And then just lives on his little space station orbiting the Earth with his miniature god complex.
I mean, he technically rotates with Alan, but it never really happens.
God, you have started something now. Hang on, I just need to quickly make a note because I really need to do a video breaking down Thunderbird stuff now. What have you done?
Oh no! Oh no!
And considering like a bulk of my audience was like kids when Thunderbirds was actually airing, I think
I know.
Be a really fun
like I know, like they did all the reruns in the early 2000s, which I watched on the telly.
Yeah, we Dad and I had all of them when they re-released to like VHS cassette, like in the late 90s, early 2000s, and like we'd always watch those. Because his dad was friends with one of the people that worked on the set models, so he was really into Thunderbirds as a kid.
Oh yeah, like. So Thunderbird 1, so we need to go through. So using the two images we've got, Thunderbird 1. Any problems from a real world perspective? I don't think there's any problems with her actual launch and flight to the target area. So, using chemical rockets to launch and then transition to ramjet powered flight to the target area.
Yeah, no. I think the main challenge for it would probably be weight versus thrust, and it's just general aerodynamics, which, funnily enough, actually would segue nicely into another plan I have. I'm currently building. And this is going to sound stupidly nerdy. I'm currently in the process of building a miniature wind tunnel. Because I wanted to test some concepts, and I'm thinking, why don't I just 3D print various Thunderbird things and shove them in the wind tunnel to see how much parasitic drag is actually caused by, particularly by Thunderbird 1, because Thunderbird 2.
Oh, sorry, no, I was wrong. Thunderbird 1 has a maximum speed of 15,000 miles an hour.
Oh, It's only a slight increase by 100%.
110 actually.
Just a bit faster. Oh my god.
Yeah, we don't talk
I'd
about it.
like to know what altitude it achieves that speed though. I'm guessing that'll be when it is almost out of the atmosphere at that point at those speeds.
Basically, yeah.
Because anything lower and thermal heating would just be impossible to deal with.
Of course, then we've got the... So, any other comments, critiques on Thunderbird 1 as a platform? In particular, I'd like to draw attention to the fact that it can and has been shown to do sustained hover operations in very precise manner.
Yeah, the sustained hover operations. Like if I'm gonna try and break it down from like a realism perspective, like the kid in me thinks that's really cool, but the realist is thinking that little rocket thruster that it's got under its belly ain't gonna cut it.
Although I will point out that we do only see the rocket firing when the craft is actually coming in for final approach. When it's actually just hovering,
it might have other. There's nothing.
Don't forget.
Don't
forget. We see Rex using dedicated gravity compensators in a bunch of other craft, like the Skyship 1 and the float. So perhaps Thunderbirds 1 and 2 do have like very early versions of the gravity compensators in them to reduce their actual weight to a point where these engines can actually help them.
I also like the comments that it vaguely resembles the English Electric Lightning, and I kind of agree.
I like the red note. Also the colour scheme. I love the red, steel grey, and light blue. It just is such a distinctive.
It was, like, I will say, I think one of the reasons why Thunderbirds really did appeal is they were the kind of machines, like, they made them work, but they were the kind of machines you would literally draw as a kid.
Yeah.
Like, I drew them as a kid because I knew what Thunderbirds looked like, but even like my dad said, they just kind of popped into your mind as being really cool. And like before Thunderbirds even aired, when he was like drawing little things and that, he drew things that vaguely resembled especially what Thunderbird 1 and Thunderbird 3 looked like in terms of rockets and that.
So, obviously, if we've done Thunderbird 1, we all know what comes next.
My favourite.
And honestly, the favourite of a lot of people, partially because of its distinctive looks, partially because it's very cool and it carries cool things, and partially because it is the most aerodynamically realistic and well-designed of all the main Thunderbird craft. Thunderbird 2. The genius in Thunderbird 2...
Big chonk.
The genius in Thunderbird 2 is in its design. Look at it. It's a blended fuselage aircraft.
It's gorgeous.
It's a very...
And like... They thought about it.
And also...
They designed this one.
Oh, completely. You've got the two main intakes that lead to the main jet engines. But that tail... Those are ramjets in the tail. For high-speed cruising.
Yeah. For high-speed flight, yeah.
Well, no, they're for cruising. They only come in at cruising. The main kick comes from the two large turbo ramjets, so they're a mix of turbojets and ramjets. But once you're up beyond a certain point, Virgil has to come back on, because when the turbo ramjets are operating as ramjets, they don't quite give enough thrust. So he has to kick in the cruising ramjets.
Here we go. So, two variable cycle gas turbine engines operating as turbofans at low speeds and supersonic combustion ramjets at high speeds.
Which is,
multi-purpose.
Yep.
Then 12 variable cycle turbo ram cruise / trim jets in the tailplane. And then you've of course got the 4 vertical takeoff turbofan jets in the main body and 4 vertical takeoff chemical rockets in the landing legs.
Which would actually make sense, because...
I agree.
And again, if we add in the gravity compensation features, Thunderbird 2 being the stable VTOL craft it is makes perfect sense.
And it has missiles. Has a overhead missile launcher as well.
Yeah. So the armament
Some vague self-defense.
Yeah, the armament of the craft is very much...
Now, I would say like two was always and always will be my favorite out of all the Thunderbirds.
Oh,
like,
completely.
By a country mile.
And of course, that launch.
It was so cool.
That launch.
The launch noise. Oh.
Yeah. we all love the.
Coming out of the cave on Tracy
Oh
Island,
yeah,
like...
and the trees falling down. Oh yeah, all the good stuff. All the good stuff.
It's like you know when they say pick what are some pictures you can hear. Thunderbird 2 launching off Tracy Island is one of those pictures.
Oh yeah, completely
Embedded into my conscience for my entire existence.
And then of course we've got the classic. As I just posted the picture in theatre at sea, and I'm gonna put it in thingy as well when the when the ship starts coming up, and you're like, because the thing is,
Yes.
like that must have been something to see the first time ever it was aired, because everyone's like, how are they going to get the things out? And you're like, oh,
And like, oh, it extends.
leg. Hey Jeff, how are we going to get these? So brains, how exactly are we getting the vehicles out when we get there? Brains, leg.
Well, you see, sir, legs.
Well, you see, Jeff, legs. But yeah, so
And also, I do love how dinky it looks when it's flying without the internal.
Oh,
cargo
yeah,
pod
it
as
looks
well. It's
weird.
just this giant hollow.
Okay, so I've got to ask, Thunderbird 2, comments, critiques, thoughts. So we'll do.
I will hear no slander against my bit now. Honestly, like it's the only critique I would have against it.
So
is
putting on pure
lift.
Rex realism brain here for
Putting
a moment.
on my pure Rex hat. Okay. The wings are too small. So the chord of the wings needs to be deeper, so I would take the leading edge of the wings up to where the air intakes are.
So you're saying blend the wings into the fuselage?
The wings would need to be fully blended into the fuselage and with a bigger span, honestly. Like, the wings do not... It would need some sort of... In its current state, it needs witchcraft to generate the lift that it needs, especially at low speeds.
Unless it has the lift engines constantly running while in flight.
Exactly. Like, that's my only critique. And of course, with bigger wings, they would need to find a bigger cave.
Yeah. Unless the wings fold upwards. Or fold in half. Like, so fold over once, then fold over again. Which they could do.
Telescopic wings.
That would...
The French experimented with that in the 1930s.
So, I'm keeping this very strictly to aircraft and other things. So Thunderbird 3, as we know,
Does that mean we're not covering Thunderbird 3?
Yeah, well, okay. Okay, Thunderbird 3 is just big rocket goes up. You all know it. Like, I'll post an image in the Discord. You all know it. It's big. It's big rocket goes up.
Big Yeetum.
Yeah, big rocket goes up. But I want to use the slot that would have been taken up by Thunderbird 3 to discuss one of the weirdest aspects of all Gerry Anderson future universes. They appear in Captain Scarlet, they appear in Thunderbirds, they appear in Joe 90 and other things.
Oh no.
And that's the helijet. As a concept. The concept of helicopters being replaced entirely by jet-powered derivatives instead.
And I will say they do, like... I'm not going to say they look cool. Adventurous?
What are your thoughts on the whole... Because obviously there are too many helijets to display images for all of them.
Yeah, no, so the one that I most vividly remember is from,
I've got a picture for you, in the thing.
From a Thunderbird episode, I think.
There are a few that have been created.
It was, I remember it was red and yellow.
Oh yeah, I've got it, I found it.
I think it involved like a vault or something.
There, here we go. I've got it. There we go. That's the. That's.
I should have.
got
I
it.
should have brushed up on my that one. There we go. I really should have brushed up on my Gerry Anderson stuff before I woke up this morning.
I don't like the helijet as a concept. I think, like, you do see things.
Too much to go wrong.
And we know helicopters exist in the Gerry Anderson thing, because we see, like, in the thing with the Sidewinder, you see that literally there's an image of it where you see, like, it's above. And we notice in Captain Scarlet that the military is not keen on helijets as a whole. Like, commercial operators seem quite fond of them, but you don't see much use of helijets by the military. There's also an honorary...
I think it's just overcomplicating a concept that's already complicated on its own.
I blame Feet for mentioning Jeff. Oh, great. Now we've got driver Jeff Tracy. Fantastic. Of course, honorary mention goes to the Chonk lad in The Imposters.
That is a better application, I think.
Although
if you're doing something like real heavy lift.
Although that's less a helijet and more a large
heavy
VTOL.
VTOL.
Yeah, because it has wings.
Yeah,
It can transition to vertical flight.
And then fly conventionally once it's airborne.
Yeah.
Because those things tilt, don't they, on their axis? The engines,
yeah.
they tilt they tilt 90 degrees, and then it goes nyong. Basically. Also, I should have checked. Is my audio coming through? Okay?
Fine, beautiful. You've been
okay, cool.
you've been perfect the entire time. Yeah, no, fantastic.
I'm actually speaking to you for the first time from the filming studio, so
Woo!
I'm in here at the moment. So it's not set up yet. It's an absolute mess, but the microphone is installed.
Marvelous. Of course, one of the if we're gonna talk stylish helijets, we need to talk about the Long Boy. And more accurately, how the hell that bloody thing flies.
I can explain how it flies. In the minds of the madman who created it.
Because, like, I'm looking at that as even as a helijet, there's no way that works. Like, look at it. Where are the exhaust ports for, actually... Is
that from the episode where there's the hurricane, or am I getting my...
Partially, but it's also the one that Penelope and Parker just shoot down with Fab 1.
Ah, yes. Yeah, that out of all the helijets, I would agree that it's probably the least practicable and the least realistic.
Of course, that leads us to Thunderbird 4 is a submarine, and it's a weird it's a weird submarine. Thunderbird 5 is a space station, which is outside the scope of this program. However, we need to talk about. So yeah, there's a few guest vehicles in Thunderbirds that I do want to talk about as well, because a lot of them are quite interesting.
Not my favorite.
Let me just very quickly. The Gerry Anderson wiki is proving very helpful here. There we go. There we go.
Would some of these happen to be vehicles that feature in some of the original Thunderbird movies by any chance?
One of them would be, yes, but we're not there yet. Keep your pants on. So first things first, we need to go to... We will actually be hitting the Thunderbirds Are Go movie. To address the elephant in the room. Or more accurately, the totally not Delta Darts we swear gov in the room. how these are meant
Yes.
how these are meant to be air sea rescue craft, I don't quite understand. I
The
mean,
thought that counts.
they have floaties instead of landing gear, which is, I guess, sure, like that's fine, I guess. They have, like, you can see the float. They literally just took the wheels off and put little.
I'm gonna be real. Those floats are not gonna work.
No, I mean, apart from that, they're just F-104 Delta Darts. No, sorry, F-104. Sorry, F-10.
Two.
Yeah. So that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong aerodynamically with them,
actually.
apart from the massive,
Except for the truncated cone on the front.
you know, and the massive honking engine exhaust aft. Because bigger is better, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine.
Again, it's the thought. It's the thought that counts. They're trying their best. I'm trying to remember what their actual, what their name was in Thunderbirds.
It's just called the.
They weren't Thunderjets because Thunderjet was something else.
No, they're just called the SE Rescue Jets. They don't have an official name.
Yeah.
So next thing we're gonna talk about is the most improbable getaway vehicle ever. The Angel Executive Aircraft, which is a single jet-powered aircraft, apparently.
Ah, yes. Jet-powered Cessna.
Basically, yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
Because, do you not want a jet-powered Cessna? I want
I'd
a
like
jet.
it to be reinforced first.
It is one of those things that it's just. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it aerodynamically apart from the V-tail. I have concerns about the V-tail.
Yes.
Tell you what, this one is going to get poked. Alright, Vrex, put the critical hat on. Dissect it!
Oh boy. Right. So let me just quickly pull it up in the wiki because I need to have a look at some other photos of it. Oh god. Right, I forgot about this. Oh, that's right. The hood crashes it into a mansion.
Yes, he does.
Yes, escaping from Virgil and Scott, I think.
Yeah. He crashes it.
Yeah, because this was in the Martian invasion.
Yeah.
Goodness, I forgot about that scene.
And he narrowly misses a radio tower.
Yeah. So
it's got a fixed tricycle landing gear.
The idea of it, honestly, the whole thing would probably work. My only concern is, that V-shaped tail. It has no need for a V-shaped tail.
Would the V-shaped tail technically work?
I would honestly argue that it wouldn't, because I only say this, it's going to get some very dirty air over those control surfaces, because the V's almost perfectly line up with the supporting struts of the wing. If you look at it from behind, there isn't much in the way of clean air flowing over those tail surfaces. So I would say it probably wouldn't be a very efficient control surface.
But which is probably why the hood couldn't land it. It was terrible at flying it. There you go. Law!
Yeah, there we go. Law. It crashed because it was shit.
Now we've got an aircraft that needs no introduction because it's a real aircraft. That I actually didn't realise was in Thunderbirds. The Boeing 727.
Yep.
Which... Okay, first off,
congratulations. The cockpit of one of those.
First off, congratulations to whatever ground crews are keeping 707s going in 2050. Like, hats off to you fellas. Like, congrats for keeping a 727 running in 20...
Someone's like, it's a 727 Max. Complete with explosively powered exit doors.
Indeed. Big kaboom. Okay, I'm quite fond of... this is something that I think is worth discussing. Because I feel like it's a craft you don't like see discussed very much in Thunderbirds, but it's something that'd be of great interest to Rex and myself. And that is the only seen once parasite fighter and its mothership.
Oh yes, the was that the RTL?
I think it's just called the...
Oh, the WAF Wombat.
Yeah, the world...
The Wombat.
Yeah, the...
Yes.
Yeah, because it's called it's a dart of the
From the
wombat.
side, it looks very... From the side, you almost imagine it to be hollow, and then you look from the top down, and you're like, ah, yes.
Shonker!
It is just a floating breadboard or cutting
Also,
board,
also
basically, with
note
some wings
the
stuck on
vertical
side.
lift fans,
Yes.
which is
Interesting placement, I know.
Well, first things first. Obviously, Gerry Anderson got the idea that you'd have carrier aircraft in the sky wrong, obviously. But I suppose we could do a brief tangent on the fact that he was taking this from the US's ongoing experiments with parasite fighters, and he would see that as the next big step in it.
Yeah, I think at this point, oh god, I don't know how much of it would have been public knowledge, but one of the big projects that America was attempting with parasite fighters at the time wasn't anything as ambitious as literally having them on a flying platform like that, but they mostly had things like Project Phycon, which was either parasite fighters which were held in the underneath or in the bellies of large aircraft, or more ambitiously attached to the wingtips of bombers.
Whereas this is a completely different... so because these aren't hero vehicles, we can tear them to shreds.
Yeah, absolutely.
So putting on your... because it's obviously an Air Force project, so putting on your subjective hat... Go on, Rex, tear it to shreds operationally, aerodynamically, and why have you built this, you idiots?
Well, look. First of all, let's have a look at it from a will it fly perspective. Let's call it that. Looking at it from the side, you get a impression of sleekness, agility, speed. Looking at it from the top, you get none of those things. But take into account the fact that it is presenting quite a thin frontal profile, at least in the horizontal. Sorry, at least in the vertical. There is argument that it could.
You've got 4 turbojet. You've got
modified to make airborne, but in its existing state, I would say again, like with Thunderbird 2,
like they've gone for the blended wing,
changes,
but they've not carried it
if
through
they've gone
to
for
completion.
a blended wing, if the fuselage wasn't a flattened cube, because like the fuselage is not really contributing to the lift of the aircraft in its current design, like it doesn't appear to have an airfoil section, unless I can zoom in really far on these, but from the side actually zooming in, the body might generate some lift, but I don't think does it say how much this thing weighs?
It's a one-off thing.
No.
We don't get any information about it, sadly.
50-meter wingspan. I don't. Yeah, it's including the body though, isn't it? I would say in its current state, it probably wouldn't do very well. Concept's not without its merits.
Oh, I do have specs on
the blueprint.
Do you remember that aircraft that we discussed previously, the last of the Helijets, the big one that we said might have some utility to it? I have some specs here. Three minimum crew required, maximum crew 20. Payload up to 8.2 tons. Range 1,000 miles. Weight 32 tons.
Yep.
Wingspan 80 feet.
Wow. Oh, I found specs for this one. So, on empty, the dry weight of the Wombat is 42.3 tons. The loaded weight of the Wombat without Parasite Fighter is 130 tons.
I'm sorry, 130-ton aircraft.
I think that's actually light. No, I think that's honestly light for what it is, potentially, considering the amount of gear it has in it. And the fuel it would need to take. That's the other question, yeah. Like, considering it has a range, I mean, it's got to have some bloody efficient engines, because it's apparently boasting a range of 28,000 kilometers.
Fucking Jesus.
I have doubts on this range. I have so many doubts. So yeah, it's got vertical thrust turbofan engines, and it also seems to have directional thrust as well. And obviously just traditional rear thrust engines. That is not getting a range of 28,000 kilometers.
So we've got our first...
as a concept, I think it's cool. I just don't think it's going to work.
So we've got our first guest airliner that's an original design now. Which is the aircraft that was forming Flight D-103 before it met its tragic end in a landing accident. Here's a better view of the aircraft from the underside showing the wing profile.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So for me, that screams high transonic, but not supersonic. Twin-engined, possibly. I don't think you can fit 4 engines in that.
I think there might be... Oh, actually, yeah, I'm just looking at the side profile. I think it's just 2 exhausts at the rear.
Which means, like, sort of regional airliner?
Does it have a wiki page?
It does, but it doesn't say anything about it, because all the aircraft existed to commit crash into ground.
Yeah. What is my purpose? You crash spectacularly. Dear God.
So, this, I think, is the first aircraft that is not going to be torn apart by Rex's critical eye. Though I could be wrong.
No, I like it. I think it looks very pretty.
Any glaring aerodynamic problems? I think the wing...
The vertical tail service is interesting. Not wrong, just interesting. The way there is a change in the angle, just before the trailing edge of the main wing ends.
I think they've actually done a blended wing right there, which is quite nice to see. They've blended it into the fuselage well. No reason why it should fail.
Nah. And I'm guessing the landing gear would be in a sensible place.
I think UNC Samurai puts it best when a Concorde and a Tu-22 love each other very much. That's about right, yeah.
I agree. That's a fantastic comment.
That's about right.
Yep. Yep, I agree.
'Cause I do think the thing is these aircraft do deserve a look in, because I think that, like they were lovingly crafted by somebody, and they got like a couple of shots of screen time. And I think they do.
Never to be seen again.
Yeah. Now here is an interesting one. The so-called foreign fighter jet that appeared in one episode.
Oh, yes.
That the Red Arrow was built to counter. Obviously, we will get to the Red Arrow.
Get to the Red Arrow.
But first things first, there aren't many good shots of it.
No.
So, but from that's the best image I could get. There aren't any other. They're all variations on that.
They're all side profile images, so we can't even see what the wing profile is like.
That looks like a modified F-104 fuselage to me.
Yeah, it or it just looks like they just took all the spare parts from fighter aircraft designs from the late 50s, early 60s and stuck them together.
I'm not keen.
But it does...
I'm not keen on the
downward tail surface.
No, I think that's unnecessary.
Yeah, also, tail strike problem.
From what I remember, unless the rear wheels are in the fins, which is Thunderbirds they could be. From what I remember of the shots in the show, it's basically a F-104 with delta wings. From what I remember.
Right. I mean, could work. Obviously, it wouldn't have the same punch as an F-104 because if it's going to have delta wings, it's going to be generating a lot more drag.
Unfortunately, they've ruined it by also strapping a pair of great big long rocket pods for missiles under the delta wings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, you know, it's not enough to have a fighter jet that's slower than your United World Government successors as a rogue nation. Oh no, you need
Honestly,
the biggest missiles.
If it wasn't for those downward-facing tail surfaces, I would say it could be a quite nice and possibly a functional design. But it's those rear surfaces would make takeoff and landing a nightmare. And even if they did have wheels in them, which I highly doubt, they would still make takeoff and landing a nightmare because then it's going to be raised quite high off the ground.
Fair enough. Oh, I've actually forgotten one of the more iconic small jets in Thunderbirds. And I can't believe I actually forgot it. And they're actually...
What have we got?
It's Eddie Houseman's private jet.
Oh, the red one.
Yes. Which I love.
Yes.
It's a single jet. Like, that's how you do a futuristic single jet private aircraft, right?
Yes. No, I agree. Like, good design, air intake in the right place.
V-tail, I mean... Or does that work here because of the swept wings?
No, V-tail works. No. There are designs of this nature which have used V-tail. No, absolutely. Yep. No issue there.
Use of a single jet, not having any redundancy as a private aircraft. I don't think that works.
Yeah, if it isn't used as a if it's just used as a private aircraft, not as a commercial transport. Because there have been a few single engine private designs over the years.
That's true. There's an aircraft that I would... love to show, but I unfortunately cannot, owing to the fact, well, I can, but it's going to be very bad quality. But we'll have to make do, I suppose. And that is something else from the film. And that is Hood's helicopter from Thunderbirds Are Go.
Oh, Lord.
Now, I like the design, but I do think there are problems with it.
Many problems.
I feel like you've thought long and hard about this design, and you've got something to say. So go on.
They've turned a plane into a helicopter, or a helicopter into a plane, when the two concepts did not need to be combined. The end.
Someday your OV2 can grow up to be a helicopter.
Again, that sums it up quite well.
The thing that I got from it was that it was basically a helicopter that had exchanged its tail rotor for having its jet exhaust, that also powers the lift rotor, be the thing that controls its, yaw. Which I get. And also, during level flight, gets some of its lift from its wing.
Yes.
Like, Parker says it's an army helicopter. It's only armed with an autocannon, so it's not really a... Doesn't seem like it's a gunship. Armed transport? Maybe?
Yeah, unless it has provisions for external mounts, I would say something more like an aggressive transport, but it wouldn't be hauling much in the way of cargo, judging by the size of it. So, I mean, gunship might honestly work.
Where? Yes, here we go. Oh, yes. How can we talk personal jet aircraft from the Thunderbirds universe without talking about the one, the only, JT-1 Condor?
Yes.
Jeff Tracy's private supersonic aircraft.
Mach 3 capable aircraft.
So, nothing
casually has a private jet that can match the Blackbird,
So, I don't have many problems with the JT3. The only thing being its VTOL capability and the way in which they've achieved it. Rather than having a single ventral thruster, that if it goes wrong you just fall straight and you can eject, they have 3.
Yep.
And if one of them goes, you're not ejecting because you're going to flip violently out of control.
Correct.
Also, engine placement. One above and one in the proper fuselage. I love the JT-1, but as an actual aerodynamic aircraft, it just has flaws.
It's going to have some serious center of thrust problems, seeing as the tail-mounted engine is a ramjet.
Ugh.
So the moment that ramjet kicks into gear when it's at high altitude, it's it's probably gonna want to nose down pretty hard.
Sounds about right. And then of course we've got the boy. The aircraft that was supposed to be the World Air Force's new interceptor. The I'm definitely not a Draken painted red, I swear, Gov. The Red Arrow. And oh boy, isn't she beautiful?
Red Arrow. I love the Red Arrow.
But while she's nice to look at, aerodynamically she's yeah. We don't.
She makes a wonderful explosion.
Although, while I've used that picture for you guys, the picture I'm going to use for the... Oh, if I can actually get a decent quality, never mind, I'll have to use that one, because that's... basically, Rex, do you want to just quickly detail the problems with Red Arrow's launch method? Because...
So, yes, because for those that don't know how they launch the newest fighter, they basically just strap it to a stick and use rocket-assisted takeoff.
Rather than, you know, runway.
And, you know, the Rato, in that sense, was experimented with, particularly with things like the F-104, right? Like, it was a thing, it was done. I don't understand why in the 2050s they would need to do this, unless it was going to be, like, staged in, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a distant posting, you know, like, out in the wilderness somewhere.
Yeah.
Other than that, I can't see why they would launch it in that, setup from a regular airbase, which is what they did in the show.
The problem is that you see this a lot. Like, you see the aircraft carrier in Thunderbirds launches its aircraft off flexible ramps. They just... Which makes you wonder how it recovers them. Because that's deck space used up for... It's very silly. But now we come to one of the sexiest aircraft, in my personal opinion, in any of... Because it appears in Captain Scarlet, Joe 90, everything post-Thunderbirds. It's the It's the US Army's premier transport aircraft of the 2050s. It's the... RTL-2.
I love the RTL-2.
The best thing about the RTL-2, well, one of many, many good things, is that its specs are actually fairly realistic. It just uses 6 afterburning turbofans, has a maximum speed of 920 miles an hour, has a range of 8,400 miles, and a wingspan of 235 feet. And Rex will agree with me here, there is literally nothing wrong with the aerodynamics of the JTL. That is if you built an aircraft similar to that...
It would work. It would definitely... And can I just say also, I feel like the nose is inspired by the Hawker Siddeley Nimrod.
Oh, I get that. I get serious Nimrod vibes from that.
From that, like... Every time I look at the RTL2, I think, Nimrod.
You get a Nimrod inspiration. You get a Nimrod inspiration. Everyone gets a Nimrod inspiration. Where did I put it?
I think my only gripe with the design is the way that it has 3 engines on each side suspended underneath a single pylon.
You'd embed them in the wings.
Yeah. I would definitely just cut out that potential point of failure, stick them in the wing. I would say maybe it needs a slightly broader wingspan, but not by much.
The wings.
I feel that
the wing's the right thickness.
I feel maybe the wing. I think maximum speed 920 miles an hour. I mean, the wing sweep's right for the speed they want to use. So I just feel maybe the wings might be a little bit, considering how chunky the fuselage is, and the sort of weight it's expected to carry. I feel that the wings might need to be a bit bigger. So yeah, make the wings bigger, put the engines in the wings, and you've honestly got it.
No Loadmasters were no Loadmasters were harmed in the unveiling of this transport. But you can also, from that second picture, you can see it's a transport. The way that the fuselage just cuts off for the rear loading bay. That's really quite clever. Arnat says, doesn't look like a balanced centre of lift. Do you not see the canards?
Side shots.
The canards!
No, I can see where they're coming from. Why? Yeah.
They're coming from over there, you see.
They would need to load a lot of the heavy weight near the front. Would be my only other concern as well.
That is very true. We've also got the cursed image that is the air sea rescue jets that aren't from the Thunderbird film, which are actually better than the ones that are actually in the Thunderbird film. The Seahawks. Although I do not like the podded engine under the fuselage at all.
The podded engine is completely unnecessary.
It just... We don't need it. We don't need it.
Also, heaven forbid if you ever need to make a wheels-up landing.
At that point, it's basically just eject. That's your only option. The aircraft isn't coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, like someone has just said, internal weapons bay, external engines.
It's sad, but it's so true.
Quick question to satisfy my curiosity. Is the Skythrust on your list?
Skythrust. I'm just working through, like I am, because a lot of these I've actually forgotten myself. Yeah, the Skythrust is on the list. Oh, you've been waiting for that one, haven't you? Brains' little pet project.
Oh no.
You know things. You know things you are not letting on.
I just love all the designs, honestly. They're all cool. Even if they don't work. Alright, so what's the next one on your list?
The next one is actually the most recent of all of the craft featured, being a 21st century design. Made for the 50th anniversary episodes. The Snowcopter.
I haven't actually seen those.
Which is a tilt rotor design. It unfortunately fails because the two tilt rotors are fed from a single central engine. You can see the explosion of the single central engine happening there.
Oh no.
Although, the passenger compartment does just drop out. And parachute to safety.
Ah, so they've gone with that approach. Well, that builds in a nice sense of redundancy, unless they need to eject at, 200 feet.
Or, you're operating like the Snowcopter does in the Himalayas. I'm not joking.
We've made it to safety on the peak of K2. I mean, I can see where they were going with that, but no.
In short, no. In long, no.
Definitely no.
Oh, and now we have one of my personal favourites. If only because its theme song is just absolutely banging. We will get to Captain Scarlet. I promise you, we will get to Captain Scarlet. But Skyship 1.
Yes.
Banger of a theme, but of all the aircraft we featured so far, completely impossible. It flies through the magic of gravity be gone. Because that's brains in a nutshell.
Skyship 1, I would say, would actually be one of my favorites, just because of how... Was it from the first movie?
Second. Thunderbirds Are Go was the
Second
first.
one, because that's when they go on because that's when they go on like the cruise, isn't it?
Yeah, on Skyship 1, everyone goes, and
there's the restaurant that's got the train track going.
Yeah, That
Yeah.
film, that's in Switzerland. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. God, this is probably the one that I haven't seen. I think out of all the Thunderbird stuff, I think this is the one that I literally haven't watched since I was a kid. 'Cause doesn't it eventually get sabotaged like in like an arid deserty region or something?
No, the two Thunderbirds go to be ambushed and then get their teeth kicked in. Sorry, and then they kick the teeth into the ambushes by using their demolition cannons meant for getting to hard to reach places to blow up a bunch of terrorists.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Skyship 1 crashes into an early warning facility over Dover. Because
Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it?
because of course
Yep,
of course it flipping does. But why wouldn't it? You know, just have your... Okay, Fab 1 is a classic, and I love it, but it's technically not an aircraft in the original series. We don't talk about its ability to fly in the new series. It never happened.
It's a magical car.
Never happened. Never flew. Fab 1 has never flown. We don't talk about it, because it never happened. So, Rex has been waiting for this, apparently. So I present to you Brains' pet project to improve airliner safety, the Skythrust.
Yes.
So, you've clearly got something to say about this aircraft, because you were waiting for it. So...
Look. The Skythrust is my favorite, purely from the aesthetic perspective of it made 7-year-old me go whoa.
It's like someone
From
Go on.
if I'm going to apply Rex's logic to it, I'm just gonna go, oh dear God, no.
I mean, the worst thing about this is the well,
It's so tail heavy. It's so tail heavy.
I mean, the worst thing about it is the and then of course there's the we have all our fuel in one fuel tank and we're going to fire it off into the stratosphere. And also our engines are in the big block at the rear of the aircraft. And we're also a double-decker, guys.
Yep.
Because that's
I don't care how big you make them front canards, it isn't gonna cut mustard.
and because apparently this aircraft requires a cargo bay so large you could drive multiple main battle tanks into it. I'm not joking. Behold the interior of the cargo bay.
Oh no. I'm aware.
It's just fucking huge. It doesn't work.
It weighs 500 tons.
I've been waiting for this one. I have been waiting for this one for ages.
Is it the most Thunderbirdy of Thunderbird things?
No, it's the bulb. It's the bulb.
Oh my God, I forgot this thing existed.
It's the bulb. We shall put engines everywhere.
It is so rotund.
It's basically a flying boxcar, but future. That is literally what it is, and it's so
It is beautiful.
funny. It's just the funniest.
I would call it Guppy.
It's just funny. Oh, but there are so many.
If you take away the fact that aerodynamically it wouldn't work,
Apart from that,
I can understand where the designers were coming from. Apart from that small, teeny weeny, itsy bitsy little problem of the fact that it would be about as stable as the French economy in the 1930s. It's fine.
just one thing. Why the jet engines on the tail surface?
Look, we don't ask these questions. I'm fairly certain that is a clipping/part issue that happened in the assembly hangar when they were clearly building this in the old version of Kerbal Space Program.
That's about as realistic as we're gonna get, isn't it? I can't think of any other reason why you'd have that there. It doesn't make any sense. Gerry Anderson moment. Oh, that's just the Seahawk, but a different colour, so we've already covered that design. That's terrible.
0x 0.
We're gonna get there! Ooh! Wow, wow, I'd forgotten about these. A completely original design. I'd forgotten about these. It's the UN jet fighters from the very first episode.
Ah, yes, external engines again.
Jettison them before landing and they come down on parachutes, I guess? Maybe? I mean, it's a very...
Ambitious is the word you're looking for, maybe?
I was going to go suicidally crazy for the main jet fighter of the United World Government.
That too.
Although, very, very rarely, we do actually get a full top-down view in flight of the aircraft.
No.
Showing us a very good view of its aerodynamics.
No.
I take it you do not like.
No. I mean, like, it might look nice if the engines weren't where they were.
But they are where they are.
But they are. I also feel like the tail is
wrong.
No, the tail could work, but
It's apparently why? Okay, why do we have detailed specs for the weird-ass fighter jet used by the Pyramid Dwellers, and not for the ones used by the World Air Force? Because...
apparently the model was constructed by combining an unknown B-58 Hustler kit's fuselage and engines with the wings, tail fin, and horizontal stabs and cockpit from an unknown source. I can see the B-58 Hustler in that now.
that tail screams RAF Victor.
Yeah.
There's then these things that live in a pyramid.
Oh, the zombie fighters?
Yes.
Zombite.
We actually have detailed specs for the Zombite fighters of all things. But
Yeah, I've got a book which has got a heap somewhere that's got a heap of cutaway drawings of the
I have
variants
it
and
as
stuff,
well.
so I think this
Yeah.
is in it. Yeah, yeah.
okay, the weirdest thing about this aircraft is the circular tailplane.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we're not joking about that. We literally mean a circular tailplane. It runs all the way around the fuselage. I suppose this is what happens when you are apart from the entirety of the rest of the world.
Let's see if I can find the bloody. It's not on the bookshelves behind me. I thought I had the book in here, but I don't.
If you want to take 5 minutes, and I do mean 5 minutes, of general questions about aviation, I quickly need to answer the door. Someone's battering it down. Back in just 5 minutes.
If he's not back in 5 minutes, I'm going to assume that fleet has expired. I will claim his title, his lands, his holdings, and we will continue. Oh, I should probably also pull up his stream on YouTube just in case, because I've just been in the Discord for the moment. Does that mean Rex's random ramblings? Yes. What's your thoughts on the Orca Mark IV? Why does it have crumpled wings? That's my first thought. Thoughts on the Gloucester Javelin and the color scheme it had? I honestly, I'm a quiet fan of the Gloucester Javelin personally. I like the aesthetics of it. Oh,
it's me. It's me. Yeah, it turns out it was a constable of the law. They asked me, and I quote, "Sir, we're sorry to bother you, but have you seen two gentlemen, stark naked, with knives in their hands, running down the street shouting death to jelly beans?" No, I'm not joking.
Just a typical day in England.
Yeah, it's Lincoln. I think that the students are going a bit wild. I think it's the end of exam week.
Of course.
Or second week of exam week, technically.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Yeah, because
Luckily,
over here,
I don't have exams.
Different.
Before we move on to the other series, there is one more vehicle from Thunderbirds that we have to address, as it technically flies through the atmosphere.
I love the addition of technically.
Even if it does so more through sheer brute force than any other realistic metric.
Yep.
And that is the flying fuel tank / insurance fraud known as the 0X.
The 0X, my all-time favorite Thunderbirds machine. The soundtrack for like the 0X is just yeah, exactly. See, it like
it just honestly sticks with you.
Yeah. And I don't know. Let me see if I 2 seconds.
It is the huge boy. Like the 0X is fucking huge, mate. Like it's genuinely massive.
I'll post it in. This is a really old video.
Yes, I've seen it. I went back and watched that, by the way, as we were prepping for this.
I made like an attempt at building something like it in Kerbal Space Program like 6 or 7 years ago.
And you didn't use the music.
No. Well, I tried, but YouTube wasn't happy.
Yeah. Grumble.
And let me tell you, that took a lot of attempts to even get that thing flight worthy.
Even get it in the air.
Yeah. Like it was something. Like that video was something like my 20-something attempt.
I love just flipping huge.
I love the concept of 0X. Like, it would never, ever, 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 ever practically work.
But it's just awesome.
It was so cool. Like the detachable wings, the way that it like re-enters the atmosphere, it just spears towards it and just fires its retro engines as it's going in.
Are we gonna? Hey guys, are we gonna aero brake? You know, come back around? No, we're coming in on a transplanetary trajectory at transplanetary speeds, and we're just gonna do it.
Yep.
But so first things first, we have to go back to Stingray for one of the first and most interesting of the Gerry Anderson aircraft. That being the...
Yes.
Well, there are two, actually. There's two Wasp jets. If I can actually get a decent flipping photograph of them. That'll do. So, one is this. This is the first one. It's very clearly a B-58 Hustler with the engines in a different place. It could not be more clear.
Yes.
The other one, however, is just as interesting. There's the bomber and the fighter, though you mostly only see the bomber. You only see the fighter once. The fighter, which is called the Arrowhead, is the most realistic and decent-looking aircraft we've seen so far.
Yeah, they just took a Tiger Shark and added a few extra bits onto it.
Well, the Tiger Shark was at that point brand new when they were making Stingray. Like, it was the bee's knees. Like, you don't understand. So I'll just quickly flash up the two aircraft for the audience watching on the live stream and after the fact. I'm having to like have all these pictures and then like put them up on the live stream, and it's taken me a minute, so you'll have to bear with me a second while I find the things. There we go. So first the Arrowhead, which is basically just I mean, I don't think there's any I assume you're going to say thrust to weight ratios do not apply to the B-58. Engine tail mounting is bad.
Thrust to weight? What's that?
Also, I assume just center of thrust is that aircraft is basically asking to do flippies in the sky.
Oh yeah, no, it's not going anywhere anytime soon in a safe fashion ever.
Now, I'm interested to hear you put your critical hat on and talk about the Arrowhead fighter, the one based on the Tiger Shark, because it almost looks plausible.
Yes. Let me just quickly bring up a couple of additional things on my iPad here real quick.
My God, the man's reaching for his iPad. Everyone duck and cover.
Well, it's actually a Surface Pro.
Even worse, duck and cover double.
I don't have a big computer in this room, so it's like it counts as my second computer monitor.
Yeah.
Oh god, they really didn't have many good photos.
So what are you going to do with this recording?
Here we go.
I'm just wondering.
I don't know, honestly. I might just let it collect in my hard drive like so many other recordings have done.
Well, there will
I
definitely
might use it for something.
Well, this will definitely be on YouTube at least, so like it's going like
all they did, so they basically
the wings are further back and there's a pair of bombs in front of them.
And they've also added
canards in front of the intakes.
Canards in front of the intakes.
They really like their canards.
They really like spoiling airflow as well.
Yeah.
Like, all I gotta say is like with the way there are clearly bombs held on the horizontal plane here. They really like the idea of feeding dirty air over their wing surfaces. That's all I can say.
That sounds about right.
Like, and even worse is that's going to be feeding a lot of dirty air over the wing roots in particular. Like the tail is, I think the tail's basically unchanged, isn't it? From what I can see.
Most of it is. It's just the additions that are.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Now-
honestly, if they, I was about to say, if they got rid of all the things that ruined the original design, it would work.
Damn
That's
it.
that's my opinion. It's a functional design. They just ruined it.
You had one job, Gerry. One job, and you blow it.
I think my you're probably going to cover it though. I will say my favorite thing from this universe would probably be the DT-19.
Ooh, the DT-19 from Stingray, you mean?
Yeah, it's the Delta Tango airliner. You know, the thick one.
Oh well, yeah, we're literally getting to Captain Scarlet. We're getting there.
Yeah.
Like we are about to get there. I'm looking for the vehicles page, or the aircraft page will do nicely. One of the two. Is there an aircraft page? Please tell me there's an aircraft page. Yes, right. Okay, we're going. Wow, there's not that many of them.
Yeah, no, it's surprising. Yeah.
All right. I know there are more guest aircraft in Captain Scarlet than this, so we'll have to go to Google to find them. But of course, first things first, we've got to talk about and luckily there are some lovely artwork provided for us this time, so we won't have to rely on images from the shows. We can actually have a proper examination, so this will help. So, first things first, the Angel Interceptors. Now,
Look.
I can.
They look. I'm gonna offend some people.
Oh, here we go. Rex is, but I'm raising my
look-
bulletproof shield.
They look nice. They're not going to work.
Oh
They're too
no.
brittle.
Captain Scarlet fanboys in the audience readying their I'm gonna test if you actually are indestructible.
They are probably one of the coolest things from Captain Scarlet, and I will happily die on that hill with everyone. Because I do love the Angel Interceptor.
But
unless it is made from some sort of ultra lightweight adamantium, bits are just gonna break off it when it pulls any kind of high G.
don't summon Drac to do your fighting for you, spiteful ghost of ABC. That's not fair. I flipped a coin as to whether or not Drac would jump in, because he does sometimes, but he's not. Which I'm actually quite pleased with. I do like the man, but sometimes he can be a bit...
Where is he? The one thing I will say I like
that's
about
terrible.
the Angel Interceptor, I like the air intakes from a design perspective, I guess. If you took away all of the lifting surfaces and replaced them with more conventional designs, the Angel Interceptor might work.
I see.
Again, we need to take this to the High Court of Kerbal Space Program.
So we do actually have something that I actually forgotten about from Stingray. This is an actual real thing. The Jetmaster vertical takeoff passenger aircraft, which will just definitely never work.
Oh, this is based off a...
707.
I believe this is based off a... Yeah, but it was also inspired by a concept drawn up by Bolton Paul, which had tilting vertical takeoff jets, which then converted to conventional ones, which were... they had one version where they were mounted near the tail like that, but they also had another one where they were mounted on the wingtips.
The thing is, though, that having only
Someone did make it in Kerbal.
having only your tail engines rotate is basically just saying we wish to do the spinnies.
Yeah. You would like that to be an accident.
Like, okay, if you're gonna go to the effort of having the rotatable rear pods, surely you can have the main wing engines also do it as well. Like, surely. You would think. Luckily, I have a lovely, beautiful, big shot of Delta Tango 19 for you all. The big chonky boy gets a big chonky high quality image. Look at that!
Yeah.
Look at that!
Yes.
Oh! So
It's like the Skyship 1 and a whale had a baby.
large. It is the fat fuck of Gerry Anderson airliners.
It's majestic.
It's fucking huge. It's a triple decker. It's just.
Would it ever work? Absolutely not.
Let me
Cool? Yes.
let me get a better, just for those in the Discord. Let me get a better actual shot of the full aircraft. There we go. That's a good shot of the aircraft in flight. So now Rex can shoot it.
I wonder if Gerry Anderson knew that Saunders Rowe had done a design study for the Queen, and that's what vaguely inspired this.
It does have Queen level vibes. There you are.
It does.
There you are, Rex. There's it
Oh
in
my
flight.
God, it's so swole.
Tear it apart. Tear it apart. I wanna hear you tear it apart.
It's basically just.
It doesn't even have the
It's
forward
just
canards.
It's just punching the atmosphere at this.
It doesn't even have forward canards to offset the rear wings in any
No.
way.
No,
but
it's so dumb.
but it does for some reason have a fucking unicorn horn fucking
Yes.
forward for some reason.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
I don't understand. Oh yeah, I've been waiting for this one. Flight 104. Yeah. Uses a very, very funky
You know when
looking
something's
aircraft.
just known as flight number, that it's something that's exploded in the show.
Well, no, actually. Well, it does,
No?
but it doesn't. It's
Aha!
Well, first thing, let's have a look at Flight 104 from the rear as it's going to take off, and then we'll get a side view. So, this is Flight 104 showing its derriere. It's a very interesting concept for an aircraft.
Shoulder-mounted rear wings. Do I detect forward canards?
No, you do
No?
not. They are not canards.
So it is.
They are
It is-
they are struts, sir, that run all the way to the front of the fuselage from the tip of the engines. That is what they are. You're actually having to think about this.
I have doubts.
About
Is there a top-down view? This is one I have not actually seen because
It's not very well-
I did watch.
it's
I
not
did
a,
watch Captain Scarlet, but I haven't watched all of it.
it is not a very well known it is not a very well known aircraft.
I'm guessing by the pointiness, it's meant to be at least a transonic design.
From what they say, it is transonic, but it's not supersonic.
Right. Okay.
It's
yeah.
supposed to be a regional airliner working routes in Europe. It's a flight from from London to Austria, I think.
Very aggressively designed regional airliner.
So is everything in Captain Scarlet.
Wait, it needs to be pointy. It needs to go fast. It needs to look cool. Basically. Unless it's the aforementioned whale.
Okay, we have to talk about the... Okay, we've talked about a lot of civilian and other aircraft on this show so far. But I think if we're really going to talk about the king of Gerry Anderson executive jets, it's got to go to the Spectrum passenger jet. Aerodynamically,
this thing.
Aerodynamically, it's a fucking travesty. But
without question.
But it's supposed to be a Mach 5 armed passenger jet, which make from that what you will.
Yeah, emphasis on the word armed.
Autocannon and missiles.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
I would like to know.
I don't know where, but it's somewhere.
I would like to know if the passengers get like a crash course in military procedure before boarding.
Well, no, the pilot's always a trained Spectrum officer, and they're all qualified pilots.
Yeah. Not only. Every single thing about this design is not good.
Is making you want to throw it off a cliff?
The fuselage is the wrong shape. The wings are ridiculous. The fact that it's an armed passenger transport is a contradiction.
But the Mysterons could attack. The Mysterons could attack at any time. We need to be ready. Don't you know?
You need pikes and boarding netting just in case.
Oh, that's pretty. Well, folks. We now come to the largest of the aircraft so far featured, because it's an aircraft only in the loosest possible terms.
In the same vein as Skyship One as an aircraft in the
Spectrum Cloud Base.
Yeah, I forgot about the cloud.
How do you forget?
Wasn't this?
How do you forget Cloud Base?
It's like Wasn't there two of them?
No, only one.
It was just the one?
Yes. How do you forget Spectrum Cloud Base? I ask you.
By trying really hard.
It's iconic. Look at it. Like, what a great design.
No, I like it. You mean airship? Yes.
All right, Rex. So you clearly have something to say. So go on. Say what you've got to say.
Well, firstly, and I say this, I say this with love, because I vaguely remember that this is nuclear powered, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Nuclear jet engines keep it up. Along with some gravity compensation.
So this is meant to be a thing that could defend itself, right? Okay.
No,
My question is.
No, it can't defend itself. It has its angel aircraft.
But it's got aircraft that can defend it, right?
Yes.
But, if this was to come under attack, why would you mount the bridge away from the main structure on two very thin mounting points, basically?
That's not the bridge. Well, no, it is part of the bridge, but it's also the main living area.
Yeah, well, even worse.
Because there's no room under the flight decks, because that's where all the fuel
I mean,
and
they
the
could have just
hangar is.
attached it to the side of the flight deck like a traditional superstructure on a carrier.
But the visibility of the flight deck is important to people.
True, I guess it is raised so that they can see, like,
I mean, it even has bridge wings that you can walk out onto. It's got little tubes.
Oh, no, it's so
Look,
they're so dumb.
Look, it's got little tubes. Look, little tubes.
I
You
know.
can
I'm
walk
looking
out
at
on.
that exact photo right now on
It's
on
got the
Google.
tubes.
Oh, it hurts.
I assume
Like,
that
it's really cool, but
has-
from a practical standpoint, it hurts.
has that won, to steal a phrase from Tiger Star, the coveted nope out of 10.
No, I would give it. I don't know what I'd rank it. Honestly, I wouldn't get a no. It wouldn't get a nope out of 10 because it is cool, but it would definitely get a. Will this work? It'll get a no.
Is it cool? Yes.
Yes, a million times yes.
So next we come to the Spectrum Magnacopter.
Somebody took the fairy Rotodyne and added stuff to it.
But it is meant to be just a helicopter, though. It's not a...
Yeah.
The thing with the Magnacopter, though, that might make Rex question its ability to do anything. It's supposed to be bulletproof up to 20mm across its entire surface.
Yeah. And how much does it weigh?
About 20 tons.
Doubt. Pressing X to doubt. There is no way that thing's only weighing 20 tons.
You doubt the chonk copter?
I doubt the chunk copter extremely.
How dare you doubt the chonk copter?
I like the way it looks from a
I'm sorry.
cool perspective.
The first time I ever saw it, I went. The first time I saw it, I went. Westland Helicopters built that. Like whatever future variant exists in 2050, I went. Yeah,
Westland.
Yeah, I went. Westland Helicopters
Westland
fucking
did that.
built that.
Yep,
Yeah, I was like,
yep.
there was no doubt in because I just learned about Westland Helicopters when I was younger, and I saw this, and I was like, Westland built that. Yeah.
No, I can see that.
It's so. They are just for the stream. There we go.
FYI, I need to go in 10 minutes, so
Oh.
if there's anything you really wanted to show me...
That was actually the last of it.
Oh, good.
I've
I've
okay.
got some people arriving to fix my car, because I've got a broken windshield.
Okay, so we have time for 10 minutes of our rapid fire, and I do mean rapid fire, questions for Rex, as we have overrun slightly beyond what I was planning to, as we got we got on a roll. Right, so very, very rapid fire questions for Rex. Go. I'm just going to shut up and let Rex roll.
Okay, so question about the F8F. Do you think the F8F Bearcat is the true replacement for the F4F? And does it categorize as true fleet defense aircraft with the high altitude performance ready to climb? Honestly, what the fleet wanted as a fleet defense aircraft did change a little bit during the course of, well, even before the war, and then during the course of the war, and then after the Second World War. But I would definitely say that the F8F is a good successor to the F4F. Obviously, we've got the Hellcat as well. but the Hellcat basically took the good things from the Wildcat, put it on a new airframe, and made it better. It was basically just an improvement, like, because the Wildcat kind of falls into the same category as the Hurricane and the Warhawk. Designed pre-war, good but flawed. Hellcat's then Wildcat 2 Electric Boogaloo, but then a lot of new things are then tried with the Bearcat, which is why I think the Bearcat, as a true successor and as a fleet defense aircraft, is probably the best way to describe it. I know that's a very short and sweet answer for it. PB-4Y Privateer. Do you think it's the first non-floatplane maritime patrol aircraft and also the first of many? Honestly, I both like and dislike the Privateer, because I think sometimes, because of how big the Privateer was and how much stuff they put on it, I felt like it was
trying too hard,
over-engineered, trying too hard. Also, with maritime patrol, you don't always want something that massive. If we're looking at this purely from a cost standpoint, from a military and budgeting standpoint, the PBY compared to something, say, like the PB4Y compared to, say, something like the Catalina, I would say can be something of a downgrade. I mean, obviously it's got more capabilities in some ways, but from a cost perspective, it's a bigger risk because it's so much bigger. It's more expensive to produce. It's far more complex. And it's going to be operating over the sea a lot. Obviously, being a 4-engine machine, it has a bit more redundancy. But even so, depending on what configuration the Privateer was flown, if it lost one engine, it was fine, but even some really struggled on two, like severely struggled on two, depending on how they were laid out. I think a better successor to what the Catalina tried to do, at least in the maritime patrol, not in terms of rescue or anything like that, but a straight up maritime patrol. I think the P2V, the P3C, yes, the Lockheeds were good. I know more about them because we operated them quite a bit here in Australia, and I actually know some people that are working on getting a Orion restored, and I've poked around in a Ventura and a P3C. And I am doing a video on the Privateer in the future. That is actually one of the videos that is on my to-do list for this year. I've actually got some of the research on it already done, but it's probably going to be a post mid-year thing, so like June, after June. God, I'm losing my voice already today. Jesus.
Sorry.
Clearly, I need more coffee. Fleet, are there any questions on the YouTube stream? I just don't have that up at the moment.
Nope. There has been nothing new. One person said that's cursed, but that's about it. Surely, come on, guys. You've got access to Rex here for someone has a last question. Surely.
I don't mind. I'll be doing some more Q&A videos in the future anyway, so
which are also called.
I'm also really bad at just answering questions on the wing, as some people will already know.
I know, I get that. People say, do you know XYZ? I'm like, I don't know exactly that thing.
I've
someone...
got books. I've read a considerable portion of my library, but I actually have a diagnosed issue with short-term memory. So sometimes I'll read it, and then it will my internal hard drive will just wipe it after a certain period of time.
Oh, I know what you mean. Like, I'm sometimes similar.
Which makes it a nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
Got 2 rapid-fire questions to round off, I think. So Benno asks, will the Yi 158166 be a better replacement for the SU-15? I'm not quite sure.
Unsure, as I would say that is outside my immediate area of knowledge.
Spiteful Ghost of ABC asks, the RAF X-Wing project, what are your thoughts?
Oh god, that thing. Adventurous is a word I would use. I'm just trying to remember which oh god, what was the company? I'm trying to remember what company bloody approached some of these ridiculous
it was BEA, concepts. I think. Even at that point, it was BEA, I think.
Yeah, I think it was after they consolidated.
And then they went after these bizarre concepts.
Yeah, like it was a case of, I mean, they weren't. They must have known they weren't going to get anywhere with them.
Yeah.
Because at the time that these were being proposed, there was not the budget available for that kind of enterprise or anything close to it.
Okay.
You know, defense budgets had gone through a period of quite severe contraction. And I can appreciate them, you know, wanting to come up with and release interesting concepts like the Americans and the Soviets have been doing. But they just didn't have the money.
Yep. Basically.
I can't really comment on like whether this design like that would have flown well or anything like that, because we honestly just don't know.
Yeah. So we've got 2 rapid fire questions and 1 rather good one to finish off of. First rapid fire question from Southerner, which is, what do you think of the concept of a tri-motor dive bomber?
Hilarious.
Mori Waifu asks, what led to the development of rocket pods instead of World War II giant rockets?
Oh, as in like
Yeah, basically why rocket in pod instead of separately under wings?
Yes, for as a weapon or as a provision of thrust.
No, as a weapon. So why are rockets in pods now rather than just separate entities under the wings of things like they used to be?
Storage, protection, modularity, because you can basically just pop the whole pod off.
Yeah, fair enough.
A big thing on it is honestly, well, 2 big things is protection. One, because the rockets are, you know, obviously sealed away, so out of the elements. It would provide a small modicum of physical protection from, you know, potential damage from, say, small arms fire if an airfield was being attacked or anything like that. Big thing is, of course, reduction of parasitic drag.
Fair enough.
Because usually, if you've got rocket pods, say for example on the American Cold War jets like Mighty Mouses and that, they'd be in the pods, and the pods would usually have a cone on the front, like a nose on the front, to make them more streamlined, and then that would be jettisoned when the pod is used.
Mm.
So a lot of it from the point was essentially of reducing drag as much as possible.
The final question, which basically will last either until you answer it or until you've got to go, because we're actually up against the clock now, is thoughts on super prop fighters like the XP75, 72, P51H, and F8F and others. Did they come in a tad too late just before many major countries started to use jet fighters? Do you think they could have been a beast of fighters if they all entered service in early 45 during the last months of the Second World War?
Look, had the Second World War dragged on, hypothetically, say another 12, 18 months, I can see an argument for super prop fighters getting some considerable use. Yes, we were getting jets, like things like the ME-262s. Gloucester was getting up to speed with the media. There were advancements being made with Lockheed in the United States. But I think it would have been easier at that time to probably get more super props into the air compared to fighters. And that's following along the lines of the Allies approached the war with a case of, usually quantity over quality. In terms of, they would rather just throw as much as they can against the enemy. Lots of things like, the stereotypical example of, 4 or 5 Shermans versus 1 Tiger. Individually the Tiger's better, but when it's surrounded by 5 Sherman tanks, it's going to get blown up. I think the same thing would apply to super props, but again, it comes down to the individual aircraft, how complex it was, how well it was developed, how well its development was going. I could definitely see the P51Hs getting some use. Definitely. Particularly.
Go on. Sorry, I thought you were.
No. Particularly as they would have been a pretty good counter to the early German jets. I mean, in some cases, the 262 would still have the advantage, but low and slow, P51H is going to wipe the floor. So yeah, that's my very basic answer for that. I think.
Are we all wrapped up then?
Because
that seems like a nice little way to tie it off with a little bow. Nice little finish with a flourish.
I think so. There was a question of what was the difficulty in turbocharging the Merlin? There was some, but I'm actually working on a video about the Merlin in that, so I will hold fire on that because that will be explored in an upcoming Merlin video when it finally gets
Merlin.
Released.
Magic. I'm gonna obviously
no ETA on that yet, but
obviously you're expecting someone coming urgently, so I'll let you go. Thank you very much, Rex, for coming. I hope you've you've enjoyed this as much as I have.
Yes. No. It's look. I will always happily talk about and semi-abuse interesting fictional designs. So
will be
more than happy to be here.
As usual, always happy to have you. Hopefully see you again at some point soon.
Yes, no, I'll speak to you soon. It has been good fun.
Fantastic. And if we don't speak at some point in the future, I'll probably see you in the UK, if all being well, at some point this summer.
Yes. Fantastic.
Bye, Rex. Have a good rest of your day.
Take it easy. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I have been planning on getting Chieftain back at some point. I've had him once already. I am planning on getting Chieftain back at some point, but that's in the very, 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 very early planning stages. that's pretty much all I've got for this week. We've been going for a good 4 hours. That's a fairly good run for any ramblings. I've never had Rex. I've never had Rex, Chieftain, and Drakon at once. I don't think I could arrange them all. What did you say, Foxo?
I said that went well.
It did. I enjoyed it immensely. Well, it always does. I've never had a bad ramblings when I've had a guest. Not once. They've all been fantastic.
Yeah, you managed to make a boring topic actually quite interesting.
It wasn't boring. At least, well, it depends who you ask, I suppose. Right. Well, that's all for this week, folks. I hope you have enjoyed listening as much as I've enjoyed talking. Normal ramblings, as usual, next week. Hope you're all looking forward to that. Take care, folks, and I'll catch you next week. There we go.